Excellent, yeah, good. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Planning Committee being held at 6 p.m. on the 22nd of October due to government guidance on social distancing and COVID-19 virus. The Planning Committee today will not be open for members of the public to attend, but of course arrangements have been made for the press and public to watch the meeting live via the Council's online webcast channel. Just also as a reminder, the meeting is being recorded and a copy of that recording will be available on the Council's website within 5 working days of this meeting. Okay, so with that, we'll now open up the agenda. The first item on the agenda is apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies for absence?
We've received no apologies, Chair, but Councillor Churchman hasn't joined yet on MST.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye out for Councillor Churchman. As it turns out, the first item he would not be able to participate in anyway, so he's still got some time to join. Okay then, there's no other apologies, so we'll now go on to the minutes of the meeting held on the 17th of September 2020, and that's found on pages 5 to 8. Are there any comments on the accuracy of the minutes? Councillor Rice.
Not so much the accuracy, Chair, merely to a point of order that I asked last time. We had Langdon Hills come back from the Secretary of State, and I think virtually he was saying that, you know, for the Planning Authority to get on and issue the planning certificate. And really we wanted to understand how that one was progressing. Also, I called in, along with several of my colleagues, an application in High Road Fobbing. That was the one for 180 homes, Jonathan. We were just wondering where that was, because I think we called that in now, it must be 6 weeks ago, I think, something like that. And really, the other thing really is how we're getting on with the 106s in general. Are we keeping up to date with them? Because obviously we're through these COVID-19 times, and you know, our Prime Minister keeps on telling us that you know, we need to get the schemes up and running so we can get the employment going, because we are going to see problems with our employment even in the Thurrock area. But perhaps you could guide us on that, Jonathan.
Yep, certainly. In terms of the Langdon Hills application, the 106 is back with the applicant and the agent this week. Legal team and the case officer have been working with them on that, so it's back with them for sort of amendments and updates. So we're as keen as you are to sort of get that over the line and get that so that they can start the works on the consent they've got permission for. In terms of your question about the High Road Fobbing application, that's the one at the waterworks. Officers have been working with the applicant to look at the scheme to iron out any sort of potential sort of design and layout issues with them. We're targeting the November committee, so that should be the next committee. Again, there's been lots of toing and froing with the applicant and the agent and officers, so we have been working hard on that scheme. So it's not that nothing's happened on it, but there have been the back and forth to work on that one. And certainly generally in terms of 106s, the legal team do have staff to deal with those 106s, and the Assistant Director of Legal is satisfied that we have the capacity to deal with those 106s, and they are going through. We are signing those off, so we are trying to make sure that the application is dealt with as quickly as we can. So certainly those are all in hand.
Sorry, Councillor Rice, you have to put the mic on.
Are we actually laying off planners? Someone intimated it today, and I thought, I can't believe that, because our application list is up here, you know.
No, certainly we haven't made any. There's no redundancies in the department at this point. We've taken on 2 permanent planning assistants. There's been some changes in the structure, so we've permanently appointed 2 planning assistants. We cemented some other roles in the establishment, so we're not losing people. Where vacancies come up, we are replacing them at this time, so we're not at this point losing any officers.
I suppose the one final question is, I know we talk a lot about the 106s and the legal people, etc. And I know we've got our locum solicitor, and we've got what's his name, the officer that does all the legal work. Christ, I can't think of his name now. Must be very good. But there's the two of them. He's the legal officer for the whole council.
Yeah, Ian Hunt,
Yeah.
the monitoring officer, yeah.
So is that just the two of them that are doing it, or have we got other additional
Yeah,
people?
We've got another officer, Tim Hallam, who works with us on some of the planning matters, and there's another solicitor who works with Caroline as well on a part-time basis on planning and enforcement matters. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments on the accuracy of the minutes? All right then. Okay, so are we happy with those? Agreed? Excellent. Okay, right, on to item 3, items of urgent business. There are no items of urgent business. We'll then go on to item 4, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest I'm after? Thank you. Councillor Lawrence?
Oops. I did receive a phone call from some lady, but I must admit it was a voicemail. But I haven't got around to listening to it. But I do know I have got one, so I just want to best declare it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you. All right then. And obviously, this at the moment, this is solely interests, and then next is declarations of receipt of correspondence, etc. So, was there any specific interests? Declaration of interest? No. Okay. So now we'll go on to item 5, which is declarations of receipt of any correspondence. I will just quickly get in there. I've received an email from Hilary Goodman. She's the agent for Little Thurrock Marshes, and that was an additional piece of QC advice from Paul Chevredieren, and I assume we all received that. I got a phone call. Oh, phone call. Excellent. Okay. I might have. I didn't answer it though. So, yeah, I can declare that we've had contact on behalf of the whole committee. Outside that, my emails have got a bit funny. So, has anyone received anything else? Councillor Potter and then Councillor Rice.
Yeah, I got an email from Gillian Sanders regarding the application at 40 High Road, Fobbing, just with some details and stuff.
Yeah, similar to that, Chair.
Yeah, I may have. I've not seen it though. And is that everything in terms of receipt of correspondence? I think that is. I think it is. Okay then. Right, so with that, we'll go on to item 6, which is planning appeals, found on pages 9 to 12. Do we have any questions for Jonathan? And Jonathan, did you have anything you wanted to add? Thank you.
No decisions this month. So.
All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll go on to item 7, which is a public address to the Planning Committee, which now allows us to go on to all the items on the agenda. Just as by way of update, items number 10 and 12 will be heard together, well, one after the other, and the reason being is we've got the officers, we want them to do it together as opposed to moving back and forth. So we've got items 8 and 9, then we'll do 10 and 12, and then the last two will be 11 and 13. So obviously I have to remember that when it comes to it. Excellent. Okay, so with that, we can now discuss the first item on the agenda, which is 19/01058/OUT, land part of Little Thurrock Marshes, found on pages 13 to 96. This will be the third time this application has come to the committee, and with the exception of Colin Churchman, who is still not here, everyone is able to vote and participate in this item, as you've all been present over the last few months whilst we've been discussing it. It is a deferred item, as you'll be aware, and obviously it was minded for approval last time, and the officers have gone away, they've come back. So what we'll do, we'll go into a small officer presentation, we'll then go into any further questions, and then straight into the debate and vote. So with that, Matthew, would you like to update us on your findings over the last few months? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Keep going. Just 2 items of housekeeping before I start, and I think members have all had correspondence from the applicant's agent, and attached to that was legal advice they had received, that is the applicant has received from a QC, and one more item which was a further letter of representation from a local resident which was received this morning, and in a nutshell maintains the objection on the grounds of flood risk, on the grounds of highway safety, and in particular the junction at Churchill Road and Dock Road, and also making the point that this particular resident didn't consider that the reasons put forward by members of this committee at previous meetings were sufficient to outweigh the harm which was identified, and by that I mean greenbelt harm. So it's probably best, as briefly as I can, bearing in mind this has a history. This is the 4th time it's appeared on this an agenda for this committee. So bearing in mind that originally the application was presented back in March, which seems an awful long time ago now. It might be an idea if I whiz through the presentation and give an update as best I can. So you have before you an application which seeks outline planning permission with all matters reserved apart from access. And the scheme would be for 161 dwellings and up to 7,650 metres of employment generation floor space. That's classes, use classes B1, B2 and B8. And while I'm saying that, I'm just remembering the use classes order has changed. So just take that as it is. It's probably easier just for the moment. That's the site outlined in red. So I'm highlighting the 1899 Dock Approach Road, the Thurrock Parkway industrial estate, I should say, there, Churchill Road residential estate, Port of Tilbury's off to the south, and Little Thurrock and Gray's off to the north and to the northwest. That's the site on Google Earth image there. So it's this green irregular shape through here. And that's the local plan allocation. So that's the adopted core strategy allocation. The site is within the Metropolitan Greenbelt. And the proposal, as I said, is for a mixed residential and commercial scheme. The residential elements would be through here, commercial there. There would be a separate access between residential, which would come through Churchill Road, roughly in a position there, and the commercial properties would be accessed from Thurrock Parkway through there. Other parts of the site, principally along this eastern boundary, so bear with me, the mouse is playing up a bit, along this eastern boundary would be left open either for flood attenuation or for, at that particular point there, public open space. Just an indication of storey heights. So for residential, we're talking up to 3-storey, and for the commercial units, it would be the equivalent of residential 3-storey, but obviously a different format of building. And that's a master plan which puts that all together. And in terms of the history, which I'll go on to a minute, members may recall that there was a similar application, at least in principle, 2 years ago, probably 3 years ago now, which was considered by this committee and refused planning permission. It went to public inquiry, and the government appointed inspector at that inquiry dismissed the appeal, so planning permission was refused. So that's what was considered 2 years ago, and then jumping back, what's considered now. So there is a difference in terms of open space along this part of the site here. There are fewer residential units being proposed, albeit there's more commercial floor space being proposed. But the principal change is on that eastern boundary where the land would be undeveloped and be used either for flood attenuation or for public open space, as I've mentioned. There's a landscape strategy that just makes that point about that eastern part of the site. It's either flood attenuation or that area there at the southeastern corner would be for either public open space or indeed ecological mitigation, or possibly it would have to serve both of those purposes. Series of photographs. Members have had the benefit of a site visit back in July when the sun was shining. So that's the site looking southeast towards Thurrock Parkway on the horizon. One of the drainage ditches, I should have mentioned, the site is within the high flood risk zone, albeit it is protected by flood defences on the River Thames. Again, looking northeast, the site is to the right-hand side of that drainage ditch you can see in the middle there. The residential access, that's looking north, the site is behind where that picture is taken, so that's where residential access would be taken from. Members may recall walking up that particular stretch of road. And that's looking the other direction towards the site. Churchill, that's from Churchill Road. I mean, that's part of the site which you wouldn't have seen because it's pretty inaccessible at the moment, but again, it's open with scrub vegetation. Similarly, looking through and across the site, that's the southern boundary, so probably looking towards Asda, supermarkets sort of behind the trees on the skyline. And again, that's the point where, close to the point where the commercial access would be taken, looking back towards Churchill Road. Similar view. And members may recall that was where we walked on the site visit to get to the commercial point of access. And a couple more, so I'm jumping around. That's from the Dock Approach Road on the eastern boundary, looking back into the site, and again you can make out it's an open site, albeit with a mix of vegetation and the same, and even one more. So I'll just pause there. So there was an original report presented to you on the 19th of March. It recommended refusal, and that report appears at Appendix 3 of the agenda. That's at page 57. In line with the Constitution at the March Committee, we brought back an implications report to you on the 8th of June. That is Appendix 2 to this report, so that's on page 39 of the agenda. But on the 8th of June, you deferred for a site visit, which subsequently took place in the early part of July. The application did appear on the July agenda, which was towards the end of July. However, consideration was deferred at the applicant's request. So, where we are on updates at the moment in terms of the implications report, there are a number of factual updates which principally refer to ecological matters. So we've reported within Appendix 1, within the update report, that there were comments received from the Essex Field Club on bug life. We've now had a quite extensive response from the Council's Ecology Advisor. That's at paragraph 2.4 of the report. In summary, there are ecological interests on the site, and as a planning consideration, therefore, they are material. The NPPF, that's the National Planning Policy Framework, basically sets out an approach of either avoiding, mitigating or compensating for any impacts on ecological interests, and if none of those can be achieved, then permission should be, strictly speaking, refused. Now, the applicant has submitted an ecological mitigation strategy. There is a little bit of, shall we say, uncertainty with that. That's as a result of how much of the site of that open space I've referred to would be for mitigation, or how much would be for public open space. But it's potentially possible to address that matter through planning condition or obligation, because some off-site relocation would be required. So a condition may not necessarily address that particular matter. It could potentially have to be dealt with through a planning obligation. Now, the update report, which is Appendix 1, runs through the reasons committee referred to, for wanting to approve the application, and the planning implications of those. So the paragraphs 4.1 to 4.10 of the update report basically run through the planning assessment of those reasons. There were 5 reasons given. Firstly, it was considered the opening of the Tilbury 2 port expansion would create new jobs and therefore lead to a particular demand for new housing in Tilbury. Now, we've referred in the report to the outline business case, which was presented when Port of Tilbury made their application for a development consent order. And that basically said that Tilbury 2 would generate about 500 operational jobs. And looking at the Section 106 agreement, which was secured with Port of Tilbury in their port expansion, they've undertaken basically a census of existing port employees to see where they live, and approximately 57% of existing port employees live in Thurrock. So if that is applied pro rata to the new jobs at Tilbury 2, then approximately 285 new jobs would be created for Thurrock residents. Now, we've pointed out that unemployment rates are higher in Tilbury than elsewhere in the borough, and the whole point of the strategy, which was secured through the 106 for Tilbury 2, was to make sure local people in Tilbury could access those jobs. So therefore, we've only put limited weight on that as a factor, because we're not satisfied as officers there's a convincing link between Tilbury 2 port expansion and the need for housing particular to meet that demand, and the fact that that factor wouldn't necessarily clearly outweigh the identified greenbelt harm. Reason 2 was a matter related to flood risk, and the members' view that the Environment Agency had funds for flood defences. Now, there is no flood risk objection to this particular application, so the Environment Agency and the Council's flood risk manager do not object. However, that doesn't necessarily translate into a benefit. Any application brought before this committee, or indeed any application for that matter, has to wash its own face in terms of addressing flood risk. It's not necessarily a benefit. There is some additional flood storage capacity proposed, and that was considered in the March report. We have given that some limited positive weight, but we don't consider that can be double counted, if you like. And it's fair to say that we're aware as a planning authority that the Environment Agency has been replacing the lock gates at the entrance to the Port of Tilbury. There's 3 sets of lock gates, and I think towards the end of last year they sought the local planning authority's view about whether or not replacing them would require any planning permission, and we took the view that it wouldn't. So that's the update in terms of Environment Agency work at the moment to improve flood defences in Tilbury. They're replacing the lock gates. We're not aware of any other works. Reason 3 was the committee's consideration that there's a need for social housing. That is accepted. The public inquiry 2 years ago considered that matter, and the provision of housing, including affordable housing, was given significant positive weight. We have set out in the report that because it's a lesser number of residential units, the inspector 2 years ago gave positive weight to the provision of 98 affordable housing units. Because the numbers of residential units has declined, you're now looking at 56. So it's positive weight, but numerically it's actually a lesser amount of affordable housing units than what was considered and dismissed at appeal in 2018. Fourth reason was that the committee considered that the applicant addressed previous objections and included more open space. Now, it's certainly the case that there is more open space. I've made that quite clear in the presentation, especially along that eastern boundary. The report presented in March makes clear that there's more open space, and therefore there is less harm to the openness of the greenbelt. However, there's still an in-principle issue here about inappropriate development in the greenbelt, harm to openness and harm to some of the greenbelt purposes. So we don't consider that to clearly outweigh the identified harm. And the final reason which members of the committee brought forward in March was connectivity improvements, again considered in March and again considered by the inspector at the public inquiry in 2018. They were given at that time either moderate or significant weight, and again within the March report we've afforded the same level of weight. So wrapping all that together, i.e. the benefits of the scheme and the members' reason for wanting to depart from the officer recommendation in March, is not considered that those factors accumulate to clearly outweigh the harm. Therefore, a case for very special circumstances doesn't exist in our opinion, and the recommendation to refuse planning permission remains as per. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Matthew, for that very detailed report. Obviously, we have spent a long time on this particular application. The last planning committee meeting, I understand, it was 5 votes in favour, 2 against with 1 abstention. So obviously the officers have come back. Matt's obviously detailed what his findings are. So what we'll do now, I'll open it up to questions and then we'll go into debate. Obviously in conscious of good timekeeping and looking at some of the other applications we've had recently where they've gone on for quite some time, what I'm looking for now is if anyone has changed their minds to sort of express yourselves quite early on. If not, I don't think there's too much point in hanging around, but I'd like to open up to questions. I have a few comments myself when we go to debate before the vote, and we'll take it from here. So I'm looking for questions to start off with. Councillor Byrne, thank you.
Matt, bugs. When we went for our walk, I noticed there was trees growing quite at a rapid rate, and in a couple of years I imagine there's going to be even higher. So is shade, is that going to help the bugs or not? I would think if I'm a load of birds in the trees, I'm going to want to eat them bugs. So is it a benefit? Is shade good for the bugs or bad for the bugs, looking at the eco argument people are putting in?
Well, I'll preface what I say by admitting that I'm not an expert, but I've come across this issue on a number of other sites in the borough, and it's usually the case that invertebrates or bugs, as sometimes they used to refer to, their interest is a mix of habitats. Now, it's a habitat which is sometimes referred to as open mosaic. So you could have bits of scrub, you could have bits of bare ground, you could have different substrates because, putting it simply, they like to be able to burrow in, and if it's south facing, clearly they like to warm up in the morning, stuff like that. I'm going a little bit beyond my expertise, but it's a mix of vegetation and some bare ground, which is of particular importance. Now, I'm also aware that there are some sites in the borough where at a point in time that habitat is there, but nature being nature, trees tend to establish, and over a course of time the interest for one particular species might change and it'll become of more interest to another species, because I think if you get pioneer species like silver birch, and again I'm at the very limits of my expertise here, but if you let some sites run their course and don't manage, then vegetation can take over and you get trees and you get shading, and that can mean that the interest of invertebrates diminishes. At the moment, the advice from the council's ecology advisor is on page 17 of the agenda, and it's basically that the site was identified last year as a potential local wildlife site. To my knowledge, that hasn't been confirmed yet. And although a local wildlife site isn't a statutory designation, so it's not like a Trebless Eye, it's not like a European designation, it's not like a Ramsar site, it's still material. And in any case, the NPPF and various bits of legislation like Wildlife and Countryside Act, Natural Environment and Rural Communities Act require a local planning authority to take into account the interests of biodiversity, wildlife conservation, etc. So it is material, and you need to weigh it in the balance. The summary of the ecological considerations I've tried to set out on, I think, paragraph 2.5, page 18, which is the site has the potential to be designated as a non-statutory wildlife site. There is invertebrate interest, and that is of a good level. If members were minded to approve the scheme, contrary to recommendation, mitigation would be required, and indeed some compensation could potentially be required, because there are some protected species which would need relocating off-site. There is a little bit of uncertainty, as I mentioned, with the applicant's mitigation strategy, because the area of open space all along the eastern boundary and on the southeastern corner has to perform more than one function. It's quite often the case on planning proposals that open space has to perform a function of public amenity, a recreation space, but also provide ecological mitigations. That's asking open space to do an awful lot. So there's a little bit of uncertainty, but our best estimate is through a combination of either conditions or obligations, or indeed both, we could potentially address that as an issue. It's a very long answer to a short question. I appreciate that, so thanks for bearing with me.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Lawrence.
I've been reading up about the local wildlife sites, and it's come to my attention that in my reading that it says local wildlife sites privately owned rely on commitment of the landowner or volunteers who need to carry out sensitive habitat management. Without this, the sites gradually decline, which you more or less said yourself just now, that you might have these wildlife sites, but you do have to maintain them to a certain extent, otherwise one habitat sort of decreases another to make an equal balance. So would you say that this has been a very well maintained site by the applicant and managed well? Because on visiting I noticed that he had horses there which he was letting run round, keeping the grass down so the wildlife could grow in certain areas. Or would you say there are volunteers already on the site managing the site?
Chair, I'm not aware there are any volunteers. It's a privately owned site. As you'll be aware, we had, well, potentially we could have got onto the site, but it would have been a bit of a tight squeeze through that gate. I'm not aware that the horses and ponies on the site are actually anything to do with the applicant, but they are on the site and they are keeping some of the vegetation down, so potentially as an indirect result of that, they're probably helping the diversity of habitat as a byproduct of that. But the site isn't actively managed, no. And if you wanted my opinion, and again I'd preface that by saying I'm not an ecology expert, but if you wanted my opinion, if the horses were taken off the site and if it was left to its own devices, there'd be more scrub vegetation, there'd be more trees, so it would change in terms of its appearance and in terms of its potential interest to certain types of biodiversity interest. So it's worth making the point that as things stand, to the best of my knowledge, it is not a designated local wildlife site. It was put forward as a potential last year, but to the best of my knowledge, that requires an action on behalf of colleagues elsewhere in the council, and it's not formalised as a local wildlife site. Even if it were to be designated, that is a non-statutory designation. So biodiversity, habitats, protected species is a material planning consideration which you need to consider, but this isn't a statutory designation as yet.
Thank you, it's just what I thought.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? No, okay. Matthew, one question I wanted to raise, and it was from the site visit a few months back. I wanted to see, because obviously ultimately if the application was to go ahead, you would have access to the industrial park and ASDAs. I think that would definitely be a benefit in terms of pedestrian access, because it would negate the need to walk along the very busy A1089. Are we sure, would you consider it safe to walk through the industrial estate at ASDAs? It was just one observation I made when I went there. It's just, is it something that generally should be encouraged, or is there anything that can be looked after in terms of if access is granted, could there be better traffic measures in place? I mean, maybe if you show the map, it would be a bit more clearer. Wendy, I'm not sure if you could show us a picture of the map.
Yeah, Chair, thanks for that. Just bear with us a second, we'll get the slides back up.
Yeah, so for example, that would ultimately lead to ASDA's. Obviously, you can see a HGV on the left there. When I was there, it was sort of forklifts in and out. I would have thought it would have been better if the access was elsewhere to ASDA's, and if that's a possibility going forward. So if the application is rejected, it's rejected. If it's approved, is there something that we could look into in terms of better pedestrian access to ASDA's? And if you show up the map, Wendy, of the indicative layout, it's not that one, it's that one there, sorry. Yeah, that's the one. Obviously, you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner of, I suppose it's in the middle really, you've got that little corner next to ASDA's, which is a car park, and that's going over the ditch, so I assume there's a bridge. I wondered whether via a condition you could look at better pedestrian access. That way you would negate the need to go through the industrial park. I mean, ultimately, if it wasn't fenced off, you would probably go that way anyway, but I don't know what the deal is. I don't know whether it's fenced off. I don't know whether ASDA's would encourage that. It's just something that may need to be looked into, I think.
Yeah, Chair, just for members' benefit, the Asda Superstore is that rectangle there. That's the car park, that's the petrol filling station. The red line of the application site stops there, and there is a drainage ditch. It's not a main river or anything, but it is a ditch. And I suspect at this time of year it'll probably be full of water. So the site doesn't connect with Asda, and then members may recall from the site visit, that area through there was a sort of mown grassed area with a fence around it. So physically, it's not within the applicant's gift to access directly to Asda, because there's land in between, and it's outside the control of the applicant. So I think you've made the point there that commercial access to the commercial development, which is proposed here, would be through Thurrock Parkway. And I'll show the pictures again in a minute because you've walked that. The pedestrian and cycling links which this application proposes are through there and through there. And the link here, I pointed out at the site visit, I think, and Julian may comment on it from a highways perspective, I think the council has put in a cycleway through there with the intention eventually to making that link across a drainage ditch, which needs, to be done properly because of the EA involved and all the rest of it. And the applicant is also proposing a potential link there. But in terms of the Asda supermarket, there wouldn't be the potential because they're involving other people's land. So the pedestrian link would have to come down through there. And going back to the pictures, bear with me a sec, not that one. You're quite right, there's a footpath, so Asda is off to the right-hand side, if you can picture. There's a footpath which wraps round, but the public highway actually physically stops, and there was a section there where you're quite right, there were some commercial vehicles parked up. That's not adopted highway. The applicant has a right of access over it, so I'm assuming for commercial, if they're commercial access and also for footfall, if you like, they would have right of access from it. I would defer to the highways officer about any potential conflicts, because I suspect that's something they would. I'm just wondering if I had a better picture. I don't think I have, unfortunately. But yeah, you will recall that's public right of way. There's a public footpath, but it does stop, and there is a section where there's no footpath, and residents and people on foot and people on bike would have to cross a section which isn't adopted highway, and I'll let Julian speak about whether or not there's any potential conflicts he can see.
Thank you, Chair. Matthew's actually quite rightly pointed out, in terms of pedestrian links, we were looking at access to across in the northwest corner towards Manor Road, and to link up to the new cycle footway along Thurrock Parkway down in the southwest corner of the site. In terms of the emergency access, we have actually indicated that the applicant may need to do something about pedestrian and cycle access if they're proposing that be the main access, pedestrian and cycle access from the site. But in terms of the links, we're looking to link in the northwest corner with a bridge, and in the south, it's sort of that lower down onto where Thurrock Parkway is linked there with a bridge as well. So in terms of the pedestrian access, that would be part of the pedestrian and cycle access, because that links now directly into Tilbury, goes underneath the A1089 bridge. But yes, we have indicated to the applicant in terms of the emergency access that they will need to do some more work to improve pedestrian and cycle accessibility at that location.
Okay, thank you. So with that plan still up then, so you've got the two access to the left, you've got the sort of the emergency access, and ultimately you'll have pedestrian access into the industrial site in the middle, which is there. Yeah, I've got that correct, Matt, yeah? So if you hover over Asda's from there, Matt, right now just to your, that's the car park, just to your left, right now, just to your left, there's a car park on the applicant's site. Just to your left there, just up a bit. Yeah, there you go, perfect. So surely though, it would be in your interest, if you was a pedestrian, if you could access Asda's through that little part there, you've then negated the need to go through the industrial park. Now, you mentioned it's private land, I understand that, but I just wondered whether, if it did go ahead, we could put something in there that the applicant, the council and Asda's have a conversation to see if you could have access via that route, because I would assume that's a lot safer and quicker, and there is already a bridge there. So, and it's going to be in Asda's interest, because obviously it's going to increase the footfall. So it was just really to see if there was any possibility. I mean, yeah, it was just something to look into, that was all.
Yeah, Chairman, the reason I jumped to Google Maps there is because I mean, roughly you're talking about there.
Yeah.
Now, I can't quite tell. I might have to look on the separate laptop. But if that was the service yard, for example, for Asda, they would probably, as a commercial entity, have a problem with people going through their commercial yard for any number of reasons. Now, I'm not. You can make out. I mean, the line there is roughly where the drainage ditch is. I'm not aware that there's any existing crossing, so it would need a crossing.
But the crossing's there through the car park. The car park goes over the ditch. Sorry. You see your plan there? That car park goes over the ditch. So the road, they must be building something over the ditch so the cars can access the car park.
Yeah, I see the point you're making there. I mean, again, layout is a reserved matter, so this is purely indicative. Again, it's the problem we have with the perennial problem we have with outline applications. But yeah, I think you're making the point there that if that is indeed a car park, it already goes over the line of that ditch there, which is fine. I'm not too sure what part of the Asda building that is. Potentially that's their back of house, that's their service yard, and then you'd have an issue of residents and cycle users, etc. Coming down, that point there, going through the commercial estate, because that is the commercial proposed commercial estate. So you would have again the potential with vehicle movements and all the rest of it, and then crossing over and then entering the Asda site, if you want to call it that way, there, and also having another commercial environment to deal with.
Yeah, my thinking there would be, though, you wouldn't go through the new commercial. You see just to your right, you can see we've got the trees and the parkland there, right? If you could just put a little pathway in there and you went up, then there's your residential houses there. So you could get to Asda's without any... The only part would be going over that little bridge part there. But it's just something I think to look into.
Yeah, Chair, so at what point a footpath in there could touch the site? Because the way I read that, there's an intervening strip of land which the applicant has no control over. And again, without getting too far ahead of ourselves, that isn't being promoted by the applicant. That is not being considered as part of this application. So we're perhaps surmising about what could happen, but that's not before you in terms of a plan on the screen, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm just, from my perspective, I'm just trying to work out a way that the residents can safely access ASDAs without having to go through the industrial unit. So obviously, I think that would be a benefit, and it would be a benefit to the agent as well. But yeah, all right, I get what you're saying. It's something we can look into. All right then, I've got no further questions. Councillor Lawrence.
Could I just say that I've been informed by people that work at ASDA that next year it won't be ASDA, it's going to be taken over. So I think it might be a bit unfair if you put even more restrictions on the applicant to try and change entries and crossing over here and there, because that'll just delay it even more if you've got to wait for new people that's taken over ASDA.
Okay, thank you. All right then, so I don't think there's any further questions. What we'll do now, we'll head straight into the debate. I'll start very briefly. So obviously you would have heard what I said at the last meeting. We've spent quite a lot of time discussing this now. The officers have gone away, they've taken on board what you've all said, and they've come back with their professional opinion that sort of in a planning terms is very risky to continue down the path that you voted on at the last meeting. I agree with everything Matt said. Obviously the added information we've got here I think again points towards this probably not being the ideal development that we're looking for here in Thurrock. And I've read through Mr. Shevardieran's advice, the QC's advice. I think, of course, it is valid. I think it's important to note that you know, the QCs are not held to account if these applications come back towards us at the council. So that's an important note. So yes, take the opinion on board, but just be aware that you know, it's not his backside on the line. And of course, with QCs, you know, it's my opinion that they will always be slightly biased towards their client's objectives. So just as long as you've got that on board, I've got not too much more to add on this other than I think it's a big mistake. And what I'll do, I'll hand over to you now, and unless anyone's changed, we'll look at heading to the vote. So I'll go to Councillor Fletcher first and Councillor Rice. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, purely to sort of state a personal opinion, I voted with this, voted to approve this last time. I think I was like that. I do feel that particularly the extra information that's come from that Matthew's put forward around the ecological impact. I was also interested to see the amount of local disagreement and protest. And I think what probably swayed me last time was looking at the amount of building that already happened and thinking, well, they've had half of it, they might as well have the rest. I have to admit I am now much more inclined to say no, enough is enough, and particularly reading some of this, some of the ecological implications, I will be voting with the planning department this time to reject.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Rice next.
Thank you, Chair. Well, my mind is pretty similar to what was last time. When we actually look at the things, I know one of the local residents brought up about the flood risk. I mean, I serve on the Regional Flood Defence and Coastal Committee for the East Anglian region for the authority, and I can tell you that Tilbury have benefited in the past 8 years from the Eastock sewer system, which cost £4.5 million to protect the residents of both Tilbury and Little Thurrock and part of Grays. The Environment Agency spend approximately £450,000 per annum clearing out the ditches and dikes around the Little Thurrock and Tilbury area. So, you know, there's further protection. And of course, it's been alluded to by the officer this evening, the new Tilbury floodgate, of which I've been instrumental in pushing along, and it should be starting in early 2021 because they're just finalising the legal agreements on that. Now that will have the effect between the Environment Agency and the Port of Tilbury, spending probably £5 to £6 million on flood protection, which again will protect not only Tilbury, which has 12,000 residents, but the whole of the lower part of Little Thurrock and Grays. So it had many benefits. So what I'm saying is that we are very well protected, and of course our officers would also be aware that we also have the new barrier that's going to be put at Purfleet. And what that's going to do is raise the water levels from Purfleet down to Chalkwall. But in so doing so, the Environment Agency, with the government of the day, are going to raise the flood protection barriers, not just round Tilbury, but from Purfleet down to Chalkwall by at least 3 metres. So we just want to really get this over once and for all, because several residents are worried about flooding, but the protection that's already down there is very substantial, Chair. So that would be my first point. When we talk about, we're talking about homes. This applicant has said straight away a full 35% of 161 equates to about 56 homes. And those 56 homes will be for local people, and most of them will be for local people off our housing lists. And our housing list at the moment, as you're probably well aware, Chair, is some 10 years long. Now, an enlightened government through this COVID-19 might say, what we'll do, we'll build 1 million council homes. But the government have chosen not to do that. So we're left as a local authority to grab these 106 agreements. So this is a further 56 families that will be housed within the Thurrock area. Now, moving on to employment, the officer did talk about 500 jobs. Well, I've had it from the operations director of the Port of Tilbury that, yes, it might be 500 jobs directly, but it will overlay to several thousands of jobs indirectly as well, because there's obviously a feed going in and out of the Port of Tilbury with their new services that they will provide. So that we are going to see a significant amount of employment. And realistically, with Tilbury 2 kicking off like that, we will need homes in that locality. So what I'm saying is that the reasons we gave up last time still exist. And when we talk about, the weighting factors, provision of new market and affordable housing, the officer talks about inappropriate development. Well, I would scrub that out and just put development and keep it as very significant, because we have to understand in this chamber that when we have a 10-year waiting list, it's all right for every one of us. We've actually got a home. But those poor sods out there on a 10-year waiting list haven't got a home. So I'm saying that we would move those around. And when we talk about the provision of connectivity improvements...
Sorry, Councillor Ross, what we'll do, because obviously you did raise that
Yes.
rightly last time, and obviously we'll see where the vote goes, because obviously...
Yeah, I'm just going to come to an end now.
Yeah.
I'm just going to wind it up. So, for those reasons, Chair, I would certainly be affording this my vote, because I think myself, the other thing we haven't touched on is the B1, B2 and B8 employment facilities will actually employ people. And through this pandemic we're going through now, and it's getting higher again, we'll need employment. So not only will we get employment through the industrial units that we will have on this site, but we'll also get employment through the construction of the housing, and also the benefit for the local authority, the local Little Thurrock people, along with the new residents, will be the open space. So there's lots going for this, and it's for those reasons I still think we should kick this over the line. And of course, as it's a departure from the Green Belt, we will have to send it up to the Secretary of State. And we've already seen, Chair, may I just add one last line, Langdon Hills, the retirement village, it came back like that from the Secretary of State. He just said, carry on, issue the planning certificate, because it's needed. And this is needed as well. And it's for those reasons I will support this evening. When it comes to the bugs and the wildlife, I'm sure those can be moved to another more suitable site.
Okay, thank you. All right then, Councillor Byrne.
Just a quick one. When the first meeting we had about, well, the first one I was at, the council tried to sell this whole thing on 4,000 jobs. You remember? And then Steve come back rightly with 285 jobs. Matthew's just said there's 285 jobs, but even them 285 jobs, people are transferring from Tilbury 1, so there's not even actually 285 jobs there. So 200. I thought you said 280. Well, what I've heard is 285, and Tilbury 1 are taking a lot of them jobs. They're just transferring over, so there's nowhere near 4,000 jobs.
Yeah, if I can add clarity, I'll keep it. It's a little bit off-putting, but we'll crack on. What I've done in the report is look at the business case which the Port of Tilbury presented to the Secretary of State when they applied for their development consent order for Tilbury 2, and their outline business case says they considered that during operation, now I take the point about construction jobs, there'd be a number of construction jobs, but they'd be short term, and Tilbury 2 is now partly operational, so those construction jobs are probably diminishing. During operation of Tilbury 2, i.e. when it's fully operational, because it's not fully operational yet, when it's fully operational it'll be 500 jobs. What we did with the Port of Tilbury when we were considering the port expansion back in 2018 was enter into a Section 106 to secure a skills and employment strategy to make sure some of those jobs, or as many as possible, could be accessible to Thurrock residents, and in particular residents in Tilbury, because unemployment rates, as I've mentioned, are higher in Tilbury compared with the borough average. Now, the port did a census of their existing port employees, and that turns out that of their existing port employees, about 57% are Thurrock residents. If you apply that pro rata, I know it's a crude way of doing it, but if you apply that pro rata, 57% to 500 operational jobs, that gives you 285 jobs, new jobs, which could potentially be filled by Thurrock residents.
We all know in the docks it's nepotism. You don't get a job, Thurrock residents not going to get a job, are they? So the reality is there's no jobs unless you're married or in the family. So this is rubbish. There's not 4,000 jobs. There's not 285 jobs. It's for jobs for the boys. So there's no Thurrock jobs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments there. I think, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a big bring down from 4,000. So, yeah, all right, but all points are valid. Okay, so we'll go to Steve Taylor. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just very briefly, because, as you rightly say, we've been through this loop so many times now. But when you view this, the flooding thing, I think, is a bit of a red herring to a large extent. It mentions about affordable housing, but as far as I'm aware, we have no control over where the people that go into buy affordable housing come from. So I'm not sure that necessarily takes people straight off of the waiting list. In fact, I can't see how it does. But the real key to it is in the Greenbelt, and I think Matthew did a very good summary in the document that we've all read, that looks at the legal implications of the decisions that are made with respect to the Greenbelt. And one of the ones that nobody's mentioned yet this evening, apart from the obvious ones which we all know, I won't go on and on about them, but it's the fact that it ultimately is the last break between Tilbury and Little Thurrock. And one of the purposes of the Greenbelt is to stop that happening. And that's the last bit, the last strip that's left. So that's my observations, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right then, so I don't think there are any more hands raised. So with that, we'll now look to go to the vote. Now, as per procedure, if we look on the report, there is a recommendation found on pages 35 to 36, which is for refusal. What we'll do, we'll go to that vote, and obviously if that vote wins, then it will be refused. If that vote's lost, we will then pretty much go into an alternative recommendation. But let's see where we end up first. So with that, recommendation for refusal found on pages 35 to 36, I would like to recommend refusal. Is that seconded? And that's seconded by Councillor Byrne. Okay, so all those in favour of refusal, please raise your hands. Okay, and that's 3 votes. I'll read the names out, sorry. Councillor Byrne is against, Councillor Fletcher is against, and Councillor Kelly is against. All right. And all those against refusal, please raise your hands. Okay, and that's 4 votes in favour against refusal, and that's Councillor Salmons, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Potter, and Councillor Rice. Okay, and abstentions, and that's 1 abstention there from Councillor Shinnick. Okay, so that vote for refusal has been lost. I'm now after an alternative recommendation, and does anyone want to put forward an alternative recommendation? Councillor Rice.
Yes, Chair. At the March meeting, we did go through this. I still maintain number 1 would be the opening of Tilbury to the port expansion that would create jobs and attract out-of-borough workers, that would result in a demand in local housing that the proposal would provide. And so that would be number 1. Number 2, there was no flooding issue, and the Environment Agency and our flood manager has indicated that. And there are plenty of funds, as I have told you this evening. I don't think I need to go through that again, but that's already minuted. So there's plenty of funds between the Environment Agency and the partner of the Port of Tilbury to protect those areas. Thurrock desperately needs social housing. And of course, when we look at it, the next one would be the applicant has worked to address previous objections, and the proposals include more space. And number 5 would be the connectivity improvements within the proposals. Because what we fail to realise is that at the moment, this wedge of scrubland, most of it is inaccessible. And what the applicant's going to do is make it accessible for the people that not only live in those new homes, but the residents of Thurrock Park to walk across into the Asda superstore. And of course, there will be, no doubt about it, the other thing we have to pay attention to is that it is close to employment. And it's not just the Port of Tilbury, it's also the Amazon regional flood, regional office they have down there. So they're a substantial employer. They have to have homes, you know. And let us not forget the social housing that will give us some very valuable social housing that I know that the housing department will get first call on those. They won't be for people outside this borough, because that's what's stipulated in our local plan. So those are the reasons I'm actually putting forward, Chair, so we can go forward. And obviously, as you're probably very aware, because it's a major departure from the Green Belt, this does have to go up to the Secretary of State. And you know, at this time, the Prime Minister, the other thing that we can say in here, it'll be shovel ready. because this will be off the blocks and ready to go. And, you know, this is good for the area. And of course, here we are. So that's about it, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Just before I go to Jonathan, is that seconded? Did anyone want to second Councillor Rice's alternative? I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Lawrence, okay. Right, so that has been seconded. Right, over to Jonathan.
Thank you. So if I can just clarify the points we've got. So point 1, port expansion, jobs, demand for housing in the area. Number 2, no flooding issues from the site and plenty of funds elsewhere for flood defences. Number 3, social housing provision, reduction waiting lists for the local area. Number 4, the applicant has worked with the scheme to provide extra outside space. Number 5, connectivity across the site and through the site. Number 6, close to employment, Port of Tilbury and the Amazon Centre. And number 7, shovel-ready development off the blocks. Okay. So in terms of those reasons that you have put forward, 5 of those were significantly considered in the report itself. Matt's report outlined the concerns with those reasons put forward, and he didn't feel those were reasons that could allow the recommendation to be overturned. With the Chair's agreement, are you happy if I hand over to Caroline? Thank you.
Yeah, what we could do with is some evidence really to say why you disagree with the officers in each of those, and also we need to go through the process of actually weighing each of those benefits. First of all, acknowledging the harm, putting that on the scales, and then looking at each of the benefits, weighing those, and making sure that those benefits do actually outweigh the harms, and they've got to do so clearly. So if you could go through that process, that would be useful.
Well, Chair, the committee have come to a decision. We put forward the alternative. It is now reasonable for this now to go away to the Secretary of State because the committee have voted for it. You can put it to the vote, obviously, but you'll get the same result. It goes to the Secretary of State. It's up to the Secretary of State then to draw a line, because what we have to understand is the government, the Prime Minister said this afternoon, we will need schemes that will generate employment. Now, this will generate employment for local people in the construction side, and also, and I don't think we put that down, because we need to put that down as number 8, the employment that this will generate. So it will not only be for the construction site, but it will also be for the industrial units that we've heard about, so that we're going to see regeneration here that will help not only the people of Tilbury, but the people in Thurrock. One can't be more plainer than that, Chair.
Chair, I'll jump in just for a second, just to pick up on what I think the legal officer was saying, which was, and the committee will reach its conclusion shortly by the sound of it, and you are entitled to reach a different position from the officers. What I think the legal officer is saying is that because this is a Greenbelt site, and because national and local policy sets out a clear message on Greenbelt, and because Greenbelt is an interest of acknowledged importance, it's been around for 60 or 70 years as a concept, and consistently supported by successive governments, and because of the high level of public interest in this one, there's been a substantial amount of public objection. It's probably incumbent upon you to do perhaps more than just list a number of benefits. There is a weighing exercise that's set out in the MPPF, and the harm which we've outlined has to be clearly outweighed by benefit. And I think basically what the legal officer is pointing out, that because it's Greenbelt, because of national policy, and because of public interest in it, you should be seen to demonstrably undertake that weighing exercise rather than just relying on a number of factors. You need to take into account harm, be seen to take into account harm, and be seen to undertake a balancing exercise.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to you, Councillor Rice, Councillor Fletcher, did you have any comments? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Rice in that we have rehearsed and been through a lot of this ground before, and I think where we're at now is that the points made are, correct me if I'm wrong, the same as last time.
Yes, they are. Yes.
I suppose I'd like to just check when we talk about, so okay, it's incumbent upon the councillors to show how the benefits outweigh the harm. Are we talking about a description in each case, or are we simply saying, okay, benefit number one we believe has high weight? We need a bit of guidance here. Is it just a case of attributing high, medium or low? Or are we expected to actually come up with a paragraph of detail?
What you need to do, if you imagine you've got some scales, you need to look, right, there is substantial harm for the green belt. Okay, so you just imagine you've got that harm there as a weight. And then, yes, you do need to look at the benefits that you think what you consider to be benefits and say, all right, well, this benefit weighs that, and you put it on the scales, and then you put them all on. And it literally is almost a physical exercise of weighing. And, do benefits outweigh the harms? Okay. And, okay, if they do they outweigh the harms? Clearly, because it must be clearly outweighed in order to show very special circumstances. That is what the MPPF requires. Now, at paragraph 144.
Chair, this is, I think we're all aware of the harm done, and this is why 3 of us have voted against it. So, and I believe that the councillors who voted for it are also aware of the harm done. I suppose what I'm just trying to get some clarity on is whether we are now saying item 1 has high weight, or is Councillor Rice required to say item 1 has high weight because? Can we please have some clarity?
Yeah, we're looking for sort of substantive evidence to back up the points that have been raised in support of the application, and how much that should weigh in balance against the substantial harm to the green belt via the in-principle objection to the development. In terms of the first 5 reasons, so the port expansion, the flooding, social housing, applicants working on extra space and connectivity, those were items that were considered in the report that Matt's put together for this meeting, and it was found that they didn't overcome that harm. You've got 3 new reasons in effect, so the close to the employment, Port of Tilbury, the shovel ready, and the jobs and the employment during construction. Those will also need to be weighed in the balance, but in terms of my professional view on that, in terms of what's been put forward tonight and what's in the existing report, I don't see that those would be significant enough or sufficient enough to overcome that reason for refusal.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Rice. I'm just going to go to Steve, and then I'll come to yourself. Thank you. Steve Taylor. Steve Taylor, sorry. And then to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. The sort of thing that keeps ringing in my ears, which if it might help the question Councillor Fletcher is asking, is the section that begins on page 32, where it talks about the fact that the objections that are put forward have to be material and evidence-based. So I think that's the key to the way you have to try to deal with that balancing act. There have to be actual material reasons, not sort of notional thoughts, I guess, is the converse of that.
Chair, if it helps very quickly, I did print off earlier a part of the council's constitution, so this is the wording which I think applies. members must satisfy themselves. It's paragraph 7.5 of Chapter 5, Part 3C, if you want the full title. Officers, members, this is a case where the committee are looking to take a contrary view. Quote, members must satisfy themselves that where they reach a decision contrary to an officer's recommendation, their reasons are substantiated by evidence and that they are able to demonstrate reasonable planning grounds for taking a decision contrary to officers' advice. I think that's the nub of it.
Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Yeah, go on.
Well, on page 88, it talks about the brief summary of the Greenbelt harm and a case for very special circumstances. And it talks about inappropriate development, provision of new market and affordable housing. The officers have said it's very significant. I would say it carries no weight at all. Now that changes that. Reduction in the openness of the Greenbelt, it says substantial. Quite frankly, because of the provision of connectivity improvements and that this land will now be open to people, which most of it's not opened, it's closed, no one can access it, I would say that now reduction in the openness carries no weight at all, because for once in our lives you're going to have an area which is going to be accessible to the public, because at the moment most of this site is not accessible. So, and then we talk about conflict with Greenbelt purposes A, B and C, provision of new public open space. Well, I would call that very significant because it's going to be open to the public. At the moment, none of it's open. When we talk about the provision of the new employment units, again, Chair, we're in COVID-19, unemployment's going through the roof. We're talking about 4 million plus unemployed by Christmas, early New Year. That now, the officers say it's limited, but I say that's significant, because it has to be. We're creating new jobs. And then it talks about compliance with the core strategy, objectives and policies. It says no way. Well, again, at the end of the day, what we've got to understand is we have no plan. We have a core strategy with a suite of policies, but we physically don't have a call for sites, we don't have a local plan, and that's why we have to consider these. And I believe I've given the reasons for our departure. The committee have now voted for this. We can vote on the alternative resolution, which I put forward, with the items which I've now corrected for the benefit of the committee. So those weighting factors, when it goes up to the Secretary of State, he can be clear that the committee have voted for those factors. And so there's no doubt. And then it's up to the Secretary of State, because at the end of the day, Chair, we are entitled, as Paul Shadavarian says, when we come up with reasons, which we have this evening, and we can depart from policy, and to safeguard the policy, it goes to the Secretary of State and he decides. We saw the big fuss we had with the retirement village earlier in the year, and the Secretary of State just passed it. And he said, issue the certificate. We can't be any harder than that, Chair. So I would ask now, we've been through this debate, we've got the reasons, they might not adhere to our legal officer, and I know Jonathan's expressed opinion, but at the end of the day, we are the elected politicians. We've made a decision. This now goes up to the Secretary of State and he decides. The decision's been removed from us. That's what I'm trying to say. And we've given good reasons to why we've chosen to depart from our policy.
Chair, can I just say, I don't want to delay any more than they need to. I have to pick up on one point. So Councillor Rice was referred to the table, which was at page 87 of the agenda, and the fact that the weight given to harm to the Greenbelt, inappropriate development, reduction openness is substantial. you have no latitude there. That is because the MPPF says quite clearly, when considering any application, local plan authorities should ensure that substantial weight is given to any harm to the greenbelt. You can't change that. That's an expression of national planning policy. What you can do is look at the benefits and weigh them differently. That's up to you, as well, you know, but those benefits have to clearly outweigh. I'm not going to labour the point about what the Constitution says. And I think the final thing I'll say is I think Lee Nicholson has said before at this committee, you can't really rely on refer to the second estate as a safety net. It's not the way it works.
Well, all I would say with regards to our professional advisor there, I take the point which you make, which is substantial, but we can put forward those items which I put in a resolution and we can weight them as all significant, because they are. It has to be significant, Chair, when we've got Tilbury 2 port expansion, 500 new jobs, several thousand going on top of it because connectivity, because people running in and out, you know, there's spin-offs there. No flooding issues. The Environment Agency, a lot of money being invested in Tilbury, that's significant. Thurrock social housing, that's very significant. And we can go on. I think all our points I put in, they are significant, and they're significant departures. And it will allow us now to let it go to the Secretary of State, let him decide. We saw what happened. Yep. We made that big fuss about the retirement village, and the Secretary of State looked at it and said, issued a planning certificate.
Okay.
We're in the same situation.
Okay,
the committee have decided, Chair.
Yep.
Now we must get on with it.
Okay then, so I do have, there was 2 other hands raised as well, so we'll get round to them. I will pass over to Jonathan as well shortly after, and then I think we'll have to come to some form of conclusion. My own personal opinion is, and it's as Matthew said, as Caroline said, obviously you have to come up with that balance, and whilst I think you've expressed some fair points and opinions, I think that those scales are still unbalanced. So as long as you're aware that there are risks involved, I think we can come to some form of conclusion. Now, it will also probably end up on the monitoring officer's desk, so we have to be aware of that. Because I don't think that, well, maybe John can clarify where that would end up. Now, I'm conscious obviously of the time as well, so I'll go to Councillors Fletcher, then Councillors Lawrence, then John, and then we'll, Councillor Fletcher's dropped his query. Councillor Lawrence, did you have anything to say? Thank you.
Reading through this, I would just like to, I think we should add significance to the cycle links and bring them into importance and a benefit. The health and well-being to walking and cycling, which was on the 21st of April 2017, which would be my evidence, that cycling and walking investment strategy was brought in by the government, which aims to make cycling and walking a natural choice by 2040. Now, I think this is a benefit, and it's significant because this is a way forward. For this applicant is making it available for people to walk to work or not use public transport and cars, which would be a benefit for health and well-being, especially in the Tilbury area.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'm going to pass over to Jonathan, if you'd like to comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've heard all the points that have been raised by Councillor Rice and the other members. So we've got the list of 8 reasons, which I read out earlier, and we've also got the additional comments you made in relation to the open space, the weight for that, the unemployment, the significance of that. Just quick pick up on the core strategy point. We do have the development plan, which is the core strategy, although it's not called the local plan, it is the operative development plan for the borough. So we do have the policies in that, which you refer to as the suite of policies. In terms of putting all that together in consideration, I don't think at this time it's enough to tip the balance towards that recommendation. So I would suggest that it would need to be a decision that would be referred to the monitoring officer to see if he's happy whether it's a lawful decision for the committee to take. So in terms of next steps, we would need to have a proposer for the motion, a seconder for the motion to go through the vote on the basis of the information in front of us. Next steps after that would be for consideration by the council's monitoring officer, and if he's happy that the decision is lawful, in conjunction with the chair and the assistant director, the drafting and completion of a legal agreement, and in conjunction with the chair and the assistant director, the drafting of any conditions, and then it would be referral to the Secretary of State and subject to the application not being called in for public inquiry. So are we happy with that in terms of the next steps? So the proposer for this motion, the 8 reasons and the explanatory text, seconder, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you. John, I did want to see if I could add 2 conditions or advisories, and it would probably be up to the committee if you are going to go down the road of recommendation. The first was, I understand there could be an option for public open space, or was it just left how it was? The green field on the right?
The applicant's proposing management of that area, but it would be ecological mitigation and potentially public open space, so recreational space.
Could we put in a more favourable option? I mean, I think I'd prefer more public open space as a sort of guideline, or would that be something that I mean, ultimately, is the council going to liaise with the agent to come up with something?
Yeah, we'd have to. I mean, it's an outline planning application with matters of layout and landscaping reserved. I made the point that the scheme will have to provide ecological mitigation. So some of that, at least some of that space, and I suggest probably most of it, would have to provide habitat for species, as well as trying to provide normal open space for residents. So it's always a balance between the two.
Yeah, and then the second part was, if we're going to open up the industrial estate via public access, is there something we can do to look at the sort of the traffic in that area to make it a little bit more safer? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's the agent's responsibility, but certainly that part of access that is the agent's responsibility. And then can the council look into something in the next few months in terms of safer parking for the HGVs, etc., just to keep those and the potential cycleway, just to make it a little bit more safer? Excellent. Brilliant. Okay, thank you. Right, well, I don't have anything to add other than who would like to propose? Is that yourself, Councillor Rice? Excellent. And I'm looking for a seconder for that proposal. Who would like to second Councillor Rice's proposal for approval? That's Councillor Lawrence. Okay, John, you happy to go to the vote with that? All right then, so in relation to application reference 19/01058/FUL, land part Little Thurrock Marshes, that is a proposal for approval with the conditions set out and the reasons given. We'll now head to that vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Okay, and that is Councillor Salmons, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Potter and Councillor Rice are all in favour of approval. Okay, and now all those against that proposal, please raise your hands. Okay, and that's Councillors Byrne, Councillors Kelly and Councillors Fletcher, and any abstentions? And there's one abstention there, and that is Councillor Shinnick. Okay, so with that, we can say that land part Little Thurrock Marshes, reference 19/010F058/FUL has been approved, subject to that going to the monitoring officer and a potential referral there to the Secretary of State. Okay, excellent. All right then, Councillor Byrne, did you want to raise a question?
Yes, obviously I don't agree with what's gone on tonight, but the thing has been brilliant. They've been consistent. It's 3 times and 3 times and they've gone on that argument. So I think for that we've got to be pleased about that. So Gerard's been put his argument through perfectly. We're against, some are for, but we're consistent, which has been really good. Yeah, no, I think we've had a good debate on that. We've spent a long time on it. So, yeah, thank you for your comments. All right, then. So that now takes us on to the next item on the agenda. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go through. So, yeah, hopefully we can get through these in a good time. All right, then. So that then takes us on to item 9, which is 20/00983/ELEC Tilbury Green Power, found on pages 97 to 120. Matthew, is that another one of yours?
Yep. Chair, bear with us with the IT for a second. Okay, and we're back in the room. Okay, I'll walk you through the presentation. You'll be glad to hear it's not as complicated, or in theory it's not as complicated as the agenda item you've just considered. So this is the Tilbury Green Power site, which is at the north-western end of Tilbury Docks. That plan isn't an awful lot of use because it's showing most of South Essex and East London by the look of it, but that's where we are. So to orientate you, obviously the River Thames off to the left, Grays Beach and the town centre further to the north. Tilbury Docks occupying most of that particular photograph, and the site is within Tilbury Docks, and we, at the moment, it's this jetty here, this river jetty, that conveyor, and the site, which is sort of I'm outlining there. And in terms of the backstory, that was formerly the Cargill sweeteners plant back in the day, but was demolished probably 5 or 6 years ago now, and the Secretary of State for Department of Energy and Climate Change, as it was, granted permission under the Electricity Act, it's Section 36 of the Electricity Act, for the construction and operation of a biomass and energy from waste fuelled power station. So it's a electricity generating plant, and the phase one, which is those buildings there, basically is operational. It's been operational since about 2018, and that is fed from biomass, waste wood, etc., and that produces about 40 megawatts of power. Now, in terms of background, there was a 20, and again, I'm jumping ahead, but the purpose of this report basically is there has been a further application from Tilbury Green Power to the Secretary of State as the decision maker to amend their consent and also their deemed planning permission. The council, as a local planning authority, are a consultee, and were invited by the Secretary of State to provide a consultation response, along with others like Highways England, Port of London Authority, etc. So the purpose of the report is to run you through the proposed changes to their consent and their deemed planning permission, set out the implications, and that will inform a consultation response, which will go back to the Secretary of State. So put it simply, it's not our decision for tonight, it's for us to provide a response, and the Secretary of State in his good time to provide a final answer. So members may recall that last year there was a similar application to change the consent for the power station and a number of the planning conditions, and the report was considered by this committee last June, and eventually, after going back to the Secretary of State, the decision was taken by the Secretary of State to amend the scheme, to amend the permission in March of this year. Now, the proposed amendment, there's two parts to it. So if I jump to a red line plan, that's the existing site plan, and I've mentioned there's that river jetty, which is within the application site, it's within the consented scheme. The proposal, firstly, seeks to amend the scheme to remove the jetty. And the second part of the proposed amendment is an amendment to condition number 56. Now, currently, that condition, it operates as a normal planning condition, like any other planning condition members will be familiar with. Currently, the wording says that no more than 450 tonnes of material, so that's feedstock for the boilers, per annum shall be imported to the site by road. Now, that's out of a total of 650,000 tonnes. So at the moment, 200,000 tonnes per year has to come in not by road. And that could either be rail, or it could be barge, or by river. Hence, as it stands, the applicant or the application site includes the river jetty. Now, the proposal for the Secretary of State and for us as a consultee is to, as I've said, remove the jetty from the red line, from the application site, and to delete that condition and replace it with a condition which requires the applicant to report on the quantities of material which are being delivered to the site, and also to examine the cost effectiveness of the measures to minimise road impact. Now, put simply, the removal of the condition would allow the applicant to bring in all material, so that's up to 650,000 tonnes, by road. They want complete flexibility. In terms of the background, the applicant sought to amend this particular condition last year, and in issuing a decision that earlier in March of this year, the Secretary of State considered that there was no evidence of why the condition should be changed. The applicant hadn't put forward any evidence, they hadn't put forward any financial viability to explain why they wanted to bring everything in by road. So at that time, as I said, March this year, the Secretary of State considered that the condition should remain as it is. What the applicant has done now is submit a financial or a commercial appraisal, and that has concluded that river and rail transport are more expensive than bringing material in by road. So in terms of the suggested response back to the Secretary of State, as officers we haven't challenged that viability appraisal or that commercial analysis. That would be a financial consideration for an applicant in this case. It's fair to say that national guidance for energy projects promotes sustainable transport. However, that's not at the exclusion of everything else, and that is balanced by financial viability, as are a lot of things in planning terms. So it is a matter for the Secretary of State to consider whether or not the applicant's case for commercial analysis, commercial viability is robust, and to take that decision. However, what we are suggesting is that the applicant's suggested condition basically isn't strong enough. So as well as saying that the applicant will review whether or not in the future using barge or rail or river transport is viable, I mean, if it were to be viable, the condition needs to say that those measures, those modes of transport will be implemented. So we were suggesting within the report, and if you bear with me, I'll get to the right part of it, we are suggesting at paragraph, you're ahead of me, 6.14, thank you, that should be the wording of the condition, which basically would say that every 5 years there should be an analysis of modes of transport, and if it turns out that at that time in the future more sustainable modes are viable, then they should be used, rather than the current wording the applicant's proposing, which is basically just too neutral. The other thing of note we are suggesting is that if the applicant's proposal to remove the jetty is agreed, then if at some point in the future river transport becomes economically viable, then you've prejudiced your ability to use the river. So we're suggesting that the Secretary of State should maybe consider whether or not changing the red line is to restrict river access is a robust and a sensible decision to take. But apart from those two considerations, i.e. the detailed wording of the condition, it having more teeth, the change in the red line, which could be, I'm not going to say illogical, but could present problems further down the line, we're suggesting there's no objection to what's being proposed, and ultimately it's up to the Secretary of State to consider whether or not robust evidence has been put forward by the applicant to justify importation purely by road. There are no objections from the local highway authority, although they would prefer, as we all would, more sustainable modes of transport. And one piece of housekeeping, which I should have mentioned right at the start, is that obviously the 1089 and the A13 are Highways England roads, so if it's more traffic on the road, it's a matter for Highways England because it's their highway. There was a consultation response, or an updated consultation response received early in the month, which wasn't reported on the agenda in front of you. And what it basically says is, Highways England offer no comment with regards to the proposed amendment to exclude the river jetty. And you'll bear with me because it's quite a long and detailed response, and I'm going to try and put it as simply as I can. What Highways England are basically saying is that until such time as they are consulted on an updated travel plan and vehicle monitoring plan, then they cannot issue a formal recommendation. So again, they're sort of keeping their powder dry. And that would suggest that they probably need to liaise with the applicant on those particular items, i.e. a travel plan and a vehicle monitoring plan, which were conditions on the original consent and are current planning conditions. So I read that response as there's no objection per se from Highways England, subject to detail. So if the strategic road network body, Highways England, are not objecting, I think the response from the local Highways Authority is basically the gift of of Highways England to decide whether or not there's an impact, and on those basis they're not particularly raising an objection. So with all that in mind, the recommendation is that paragraphs 6.3 to 6.15 of the report form the response which this authority sends back to the Secretary of State, and finally that response has to go back fairly quickly. Indeed, it has to go back tomorrow because of the time scales involved. So my advice to you is if we can try and get through the matter tonight without deferring, because then I'd have to go back to the Secretary of State and ask for this next time, and I've already asked for one, so I'll be trying my luck. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher quickly, and then Councillor Steve Taylor.
Just a very quick question. Does there seem to be any, I might have missed it, is there any practical reason for removing the jetty other than on the rather previous assumption that they're going to be able to move stuff by road instead? I didn't see any actual reason stated for removing the jetty.
Chair, I'm forming the view that the applicant is fairly confident that going forward through the operation of the power station, or phase 2 of the power station, that the road transport will continue to be the most economically viable, and therefore they don't need the jetty. The point I'm suggesting we make is conceivably there could be a point where river transport becomes viable, in which case a jetty would be handy.
Steve Taylor, then Councillor Rice.
Thanks, Matthew. Two, and I'll be really quick, I promise. In your recommendation, I think there might be a minor error because it talks about references 6.3 to 6.17, and I think it should say 6.15. Yeah, that's all right. I just wondered if I was missing two. And the second one is when I read through that, my, and you can call me cynical if you like, interpretation of it is the reason I would assume to get rid of the jetty is there's quite a big maintenance cost for maintaining something that on the riverside, and also to protect it from people, particularly children, getting into the site. So I can understand why it would suit them to get rid of them, but what it really says to me is that they have absolutely no intention of using the river at all, which was part of the premise, if I recall, when this first came about. Part of the premise was that they intended to use a diversified routes to get in. Now, we all know that, I think from what you said before, the train option, the problem is getting slots on the train, because I think DP World has a similar issue. Is that really what you think, or am I putting words in your mouth?
I think, yeah, Chair, I think I'm less concerned about the sort of unauthorised access to the jetty because it's within the port complex. So you'd have to get into the port to get to the jetty, unless I think that there is a public footpath, but it stops, doesn't it?
Yeah, on the riverside you can get to it.
Okay.
So it's a main.
Yeah, I mean, I know where you're coming from because I suspect the applicant had originally the application to the Secretary of State was made in 2008. So things change over time, and no doubt commercially they would be paying, I would imagine, a consideration to the Port of Tilbury as a commercial enterprise for access and use of that jetty. So yes, that's part of the story. The way that national policy for energy works, and this is distinct from the NPPF or from the Council's own development plan policies, is that it encourages, for these types of uses, sustainable modes of transport. So it's absolutely the case that any applicant should consider, because they're moving bulk materials 24/7, but the power station keeps going, etc. So they're using bulk materials, so it's only sensible that an applicant, a developer, an operator has to consider sustainable modes of transport. However, that is tempered against a requirement for developments to be economically viable. And if it is, as it appears to be the case, coming out very costly at the moment to use rail or barge or river, that's why they've made the application. But again, the operational life of this particular facility could be a number of years, it could be a number of decades. So we don't want to completely close off that route, which is why the condition needs to be a bit tougher, we're suggesting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice.
I think you're absolutely right. The river should be used. And an example of it being used was when we had the Walsh's application down at East Tilbury, Matthew. We had the waste come in by barge, and it still comes in by barge, and I think we should use the river, because if we can take some stuff off our roads, that's got to be good, and I would commend you for that.
Councillor Potter?
Well, I think it's just disgusting. The main reason this company are saying they want to drag 650,000 tonnes of stuff through our roads on diesel HGVs, contaminating all our atmosphere, is so they can make more money. That would be like the previous applicant of Little Thurrock Marshes saying, well, I want 0% affordable because that way I'm going to make more money. I think it's terrible.
Chair, I mean, I hear what Councillor Potter's saying, and yes, it is. I mean, if you're being cynical, you could say, well, what is the point of this particular operator being in a port if they're not using a variety of means of transport? Because if you just purely rely on road transport, well, in theory, the facility could be elsewhere in the borough. Yeah, as long as it's got easy access to a strategic road network, it could be anywhere. So I understand that point, but I think there are two issues here. One is Highways England, who are responsible for the 1089 and the A13, where it joins and going into London, don't appear to be raising a concern at the moment, and it is their network. Ultimately, they are a responsible highways authority. And the other thing, again, I can quote a line from the Secretary of State's decision from earlier this year, about the sustainable modes of transport point, which is that national, although the policy requirements of national policy statements do not mandate the use of water-based transport, there is a clear expectation that transportation by water or rail should be preferred. And here's the key word: where cost-effective. And that any change should be based on the considerations on the impacts of its retention and cost effectiveness and viability of the scheme. So you have to, or the Secretary of State, because it's his decision, will have to consider the cost effectiveness of rail, river versus road, or a combination. The applicant has put in a financial or a cost statement. We have no reason to dispute that. It's quite technical, detailed stuff. Ultimately, it's up to the Secretary of State. If he's satisfied that that evidence is robust, then it's in his gift to vary the permission.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Potter?
Well, I don't dispute that the applicant is going to save money by doing what he's doing. And also, Highways England haven't got a problem with the trucks going down those two roads because they've not got to breathe in all the pollution that those trucks are going to emit, which the residents of Thurrock are going to be breathing in those fumes.
Yeah, no, very valid point. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any further questions. There's no speakers, so we'll go into debate. In terms of the contents of the report, I think the council have done very well. There's been a lot of representation there from the PLA and the Port of Tilbury. It is disappointing at this stage that there doesn't appear to be the means to bring that waste in by the river or by the rail. In terms of the rail, I heard today with HS2 that there should be some more rail slots available. So hopefully in the next few years that would be more financially viable. And I think that these companies do have an obligation, if possible, to bring this stuff in via barges or by the rail if they can. So ultimately, we can agree the contents of the report. We're at the mercy of the Secretary of State. Hopefully, he sees what we see. Yeah, I think we can agree that. I think the points raised are very valid. And yeah, hopefully at a later date, that I think that jetty should stay, and hopefully, yeah, we can start getting some movement and less lorry movement. So, Councillor Rice.
Well, certainly one would support it, but as you just said, Chair, you know, we need to maintain the applicant moving the bulk of their HGVs, the tonnage, the 650,000 tonnes, by rail and river. And incidentally, Matthew, a point to pick up on is because of Tilbury 2, the Port of Tilbury have just put in new railway tracks, along with, in conjunction obviously with C2C. So we have got the infrastructure there. And of course we have to bear in mind that when we permitted the sand and gravel works at Walsh's in East Tilbury, it was not just the waste that was going to come in by barge, but also if they had filling material that was going out by barge. So I think we can be quite strict on this and point out that the A1089 is reaching its capacity. So, you know, we have got things that we can tell the Secretary of State. And of course, you know, we've got to be mindful to tell the Secretary of State that, you know, we don't want our residents to be polluted, because that is one of the most important things. But other than that, Chair, I think one would support it, because, you know, as a report came out in one of the nationals the other day, I think it's in the Telegraph, we can't rely on windmills. We're going to have hard energy, and this will be part of it.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, can I just pick one point of detail? Air quality has been mentioned. There is an air quality management area in Tilbury, but that's basically along Calcutta Road. The section of the 1089 from the docks through to where it joins the A13 is not a designated air quality management area. So there are no levels of nitrogen oxide and particulates wouldn't be at a level to trigger an intervention through designation of an air quality management area.
Okay, thank you. We'll have to make it one then. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but in general, Matthew, you've picked up the comments and you're happy with that, yeah? Okay, right, so recommendation 8.0 on page 118, and what we're doing here, we're voting to agree the contents. I'll recommend that. Is that seconded? Councillor Fletcher. Okay, all those in favour, please raise your hands. Okay, and that's Councillors Salmons, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Shinnick, Councillor Rice, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Kelly. And all those against? And any abstentions? And one abstention there from Councillor Potter. Fantastic. Okay, so agenda item 9, Tilbury Green Power has been approved. Excellent. That takes us on to the next item on the agenda. Let's check. That is Treetops 20/01065/FUL, found on pages 121 to 146. And Nadia, I understand you'll be presenting, if you'd just like to switch over places. Thank you.
Good evening, members. Thank you for bearing with us in switching over. So I'm presenting the Treetop School application. A few pieces of housekeeping before I present the item. Since the report was published, we've had a couple of consultation responses returned. One from Environmental Health, raising no objections subject to standard conditions such as a SEMP, and one from Essex Police, referring to the application being encouraged to follow the secured by design guidance, particularly in relation to the community use. This is already included within the community use condition in the recommendation. In addition, we have a letter of support that's been received from the CEO of the Treetops Learning Community. Yes. So just by way of background, planning permission was granted by members in the autumn of 2019 for the new Treetops Free School, immediately south of the application site. So the application site sits between the existing school and the proposed new school site there, just where the mouse is. And also in September 19, a double demountable classroom was approved immediately east of the application site, adjacent to the existing playground there. This temporary permission runs until October 21 and has allowed the new school the opportunity to take the new Year 7 intake in for September 2019. The site is located in the Greenbelt, and as such the proposal would constitute an appropriate development, and the applicant would need to demonstrate very special circumstances which would need to clearly outweigh the harm caused in order to justify the development. The applicant has put forward very special circumstances by way of the following arguments: the local and national policy for supporting education facilities, and planning history for the site, including the previous permissions granted, and the demand and need for the purpose-built facility, such as the Special Educational Needs Sports Hall, designed specifically with SEN pupils in mind, and the community use of the sports hall. The Council considered all of these arguments and gave weight to each of them as considered appropriate, and concluded that very special circumstances do exist which clearly outweigh the harm and the in-principle harm to the Greenbelt. The proposal would entail the erection of a sports hall measuring 28 metres in length by 18 metres in width, with a maximum height of 7.4 metres. The building would have a shallow dual-pitch roof, and the additional classrooms would be constructed physically attached to the eastern end of the sports hall. The proposal would have a contemporary design in keeping with the overall design, materials and approach taken with the new free school. The design, scale and appearance and siting of the proposal would be acceptable and comply with policy. So if you just see where the mouse is there, the orange mass to the north is the existing school site. The blue bit blobs or the block to the south is the proposed new Free Sen school, and the area in between is the sports hall with the classrooms just beyond there. There would be no change to the pupil or staffing numbers at the proposed new school, as the sports hall and classrooms would be used by the current proposed school, which comprises of 140 pupils. There are no proposed changes to the access arrangements to and from the school site via Buxton Road, but there is a requirement for the school's travel plan to be updated and a community use agreement to be agreed via appropriate planning condition. The applicant is keen to achieve a community use for the sports hall, with a particular interest in opening up to the wider SEN community. And a few images of the site, so you can see the existing school here, and just to the other side of the blue fence there is the site of the proposed sports hall, which would just go in this area here. And you can see just behind in the distance there the temporary classrooms, which will go in October 21, and the proposal will be located there on this piece of slightly overgrown ground there. And there'll be, to conclude, there'll be no adverse neighbour amenity impacts, landscape impacts or highway impacts, and the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions on page 140 of your agenda. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Open it up to questions. No, okay. I did have one question. It was just in relation to access. I remember last year when we approved, was slightly conscious of the amount of vehicles that be using Buxton Road. Whilst I accept there's no additional vehicular movements, there would be if it's opened up to the public, which it should be. I remember also at the end of the meeting last time that there was a potential roundabout at the top of Treetops, sort of in the background proposal to link potentially with the new rugby club school, which again is yet to come from us. Have we heard anything more on that? Has that moved along? Are you aware? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the erection, you're right to point out the discussion previously in relation to the roundabout. The permission granted for the new free school very recently and the existing school on site were considered acceptable using the existing access arrangements, primarily due to the size of the new free school, comprising of 140 pupils. It was considered that there was capacity using the existing network. Discussions regarding a roundabout proposal off of the Stamford Road there to the north have been ongoing for the last almost a year now, and the council is still considering its options in relation to that.
Excellent, no, that's fantastic. I think it's just important to note that I think that road's pretty much at capacity. We've also got another school being proposed next to Palmer's, so I do think the infrastructure is important. So hopefully that does come to fruition, because I can see potential problems in the future if there are any further expansions. So just as long as that's noted, as long as we're keeping an eye on it, I've got no further questions. I don't think that there are anything else. Now, we do have a speaker's statement, Wendy, but I'm a bit conscious of the time, as we've all got a copy of that statement. I'm sure you've had a chance to read it. I'm happy to go straight to the debate. No, okay. As for the benefit of the members of the public, let's read that out. When you're ready, thank you.
So this statement of support is from Paul Smith, CEO, Treetops Learning Community. I would like to make a statement to support the request that you approve the plans to build a new sports hall with temporary classrooms on the parcel of land between the existing Treetops School and Treetops Free School. I was head teacher of Treetops School for 21 years before taking on the role of CEO of the new multi-academy trust Treetops Learning Community. As I am sure many of you are aware, Treetops is a special school for pupils with a wide, diverse and often complex range of special educational needs, representing the most vulnerable sector of the school community. The school has grown beyond recognition over the last 22 years and have had 4 successive outstanding Ofsted judgments, including the most recent one in February this year. The reason we have achieved this is because we have continually striven for excellence from and for our pupils. In my introductory letters, I always say we will accept only the best from and for our pupils. At our school, we believe passionately in providing and delivering the very best and most accessible educational opportunities for our students, the wider SEND community and their families. There is wide recognition now of the importance of sport and fitness to maintain and improve mental health. The students we work with and their families are particularly prone to struggle in this area, as the extra burden for the young people themselves and their families takes an ever-increasing toll as they get older. A sports hall would provide a facility they can use to meet and exercise without continually feeling they are being judged or criticised. Ever since we moved to our new building in 2008, we have been campaigning for this facility. The original plans, which were passed in about 2006, included a sports hall, but because of the financial downturn, the planned building of our sports hall never materialised. Every single mainstream secondary school in the borough has these facilities. Do our students not deserve the same opportunities and facilities as their mainstream peers? The parcel of land we are talking about is where the old Thurrock school was located. We are not asking to use any playing fields. It would also help to show that the old and new schools intend to work very closely together for the benefit of Thurrock's SEND community. The 12 years we have been waiting have meant 2 generations of students have missed out on the opportunities that a sports hall would offer for their physical and emotional well-being. Please do not let any future generations miss out. Thank you for listening.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for reading that out, Wendy. Okay, so we'll go straight into debate. Councillor Rice.
Yes, Chair. I think this is a fantastic opportunity, and it's a good use of Greenbelt, may I say, because we often are debating that issue, and I would wholeheartedly agree with it and support it.
Fantastic. Okay. Would you like to recommend approval? Councillor Rice? Would you like to recommend approval?
Yes, I'll propose the recommendation.
Councillor Shinnick is seconding that. That's recommendation 8.0, which on page 140, which is for approval. All those in favour of approval, please raise your hands. Okay, that's unanimous across the committee. Would you like me to read out the names? No? Unanimous, so that's everyone on the committee has voted in favour of that. Fantastic. And it is 8:10. I'll get in there early. Standing orders, I'd like to extend them past 8:30 if that's okay. Agreed? Yes, till the close of business. Fantastic. All right then, so that leaves us with 3 items on the agenda, and we are going to skip to item 12. Just so the officers don't have to rearrange. And then obviously we'll go back to item 11. So that item 12 is 63 Wolf Road, 20/01053/FUL. And Nadia, if you'd be so kind as to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. 63 Wharf Road. This application has been called in for determination by councillors Hebb, Piccolo, Hewlin, Hulden and Watkins to enable members to consider any potential loss of amenity to the local area. This T-shaped site, application site, lies to the immediate northeast of bungalows and dwelling houses on Wharf Road in Stamford-le-Hope, and includes a rectangular area of land which is predominantly grassed and overgrown, as well as the plot comprising number 63 Wharf Road. Stamford-le-Hope Primary School lies to the immediate northeast. Cabins Crescent lies to the immediate southwest. Just there you can see Crescent there, opposite the site. And the rears of Grove Road lie to the immediate southeast. The land falls within a residential part of Stamford-le-Hope, whereby the principle of residential development would be acceptable subject to compliance with other development management policies. It's proposed to develop this rectangular area of land as a cul-de-sac by using the site of number 63 to provide the access onto Wharf Road from the site. 7 bungalows, 3 semi-detached and 1 detached, would be provided for age-restricted occupation to the rear of these properties on Wharf Road, arranged either side of a turning head and parking area which is located centrally within the main part of the site. The properties would have their front elevations facing northeastwards towards the playing fields, located only 2 metres away from the front elevation of their bungalows. The properties would have rear garden depths of far less than Council's expected minimum standards, with the shortest having a depth of around 5 metres. A rear pedestrian access to the rear gardens of the bungalows would run between the back gardens of the properties and the established dwellings to the southwest, and you can just make that out in your plans there. There are no similar types of backland development in the locality, and the coverage of the built form on the site relative to the plot sizes far exceeds that of the surrounding pattern of development, which results in a particularly cramped and contrived form of development. The proposals provide an adequate number of car parking spaces within the site. However, the highway officer has concerns regarding the access given the classification of the road, which experiences HGV traffic leading towards the nearby Stanhope Industrial Estate. The width of the access would be also be considered inadequate and would not allow for two-way vehicle passing, and there is a concern that if it was approved, it could lead to awkward vehicle manoeuvring, with vehicles reversing up the access onto Wharf Road. And there are also concerns about the location of the access with respect to Cabins Crescent and the potential safety hazard with this other junction on the same stretch of Wharf Road. Turning to the amenity impacts, the siting of the access alongside the neighbouring dwellings at 65 and 61 Wharf Road, with other cars coming and going, would be likely to result in a harmful amenity impact for these neighbours. You can see this is number 63, where the access would be created by the removal of this dwelling. So you've got number 61 there to the left, and the garden of 65 there you can see on your right. Equally, given the layout and the short garden depths and frontages, the outlook of the future occupiers of the bungalows will be particularly poor. I'll show you some of the further images of the site now. So this is looking westwards towards along Wharf Road back into Stanford-le-Hope, and that's looking southeastwards towards the Stanhope Industrial Estate. That's looking directly east, with the rears of Grove Road on your right, and the application site is behind the bungalows there. And there's looking down the rear of Grove Road properties again, with the application site there. You can see the boundary has got chain link fence there for that eastern boundary of the site. And there's looking up towards Wharf Road, with again the application site on your right there. This is looking across the top of the playing fields at Stanford-le-Hope Primary School, with the application site on the left-hand side. And this is from within the primary school. The tree-lined area there is the boundary with the school and the application site. And this is looking into the site with the properties on Wharf Road there. A couple more for context. This is a particularly good image showing this is taken from the rear access at the back of Grove Road, looking across and the depth of the site, with the rear of the properties on Wharf Road to your left, and you can see it's particularly overgrown. The site is, as I say, is particularly overgrown and has been unmanaged for many years. The Landscape and Ecology Advisor has requested a preliminary ecological assessment for the site to determine its ecological value. No such assessment has been submitted, and without one it's not possible to determine the value of the habitat on site or consider any mitigation. So to conclude, the proposed bungalows would be harmful to the character and appearance of the area and would result in harmful amenity impacts, and be harmful to highway and pedestrian safety due to inadequate access arrangements, and is lacking in ecological surveys and opportunities for appropriate mitigation. The application is recommended for refusal for these reasons on page 175 of your agenda. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, we'll open up to questions. We'll go Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Chair. On the amenity front, looking at those pictures, I am struggling to see what amenity the local area would be losing. It's looking, I mean, if we go back to the area behind the houses, you know, this is all lovely, but the area immediately behind the houses is overgrown and clearly not used. So why are we saying that would be a loss of amenity? I could just do with a bit of clarity on that, please.
There's two impacts in relation to amenity. The first would be in relation to the existing occupiers on Wharf Road, primarily from the lack of garden depth from the proposed bungalows. We go back to this image here. So this is the overgrown area here. You have quite regular garden depths for the existing bungalows and a dwelling on this stretch of Wharf Road. The proposed garden depths for these bungalows would be 5 or 6 metres in the main. There's one property that has a slightly deeper garden depth at the end there, but the rest all are separated by a small pedestrian access, so they can access their bins and wheel them out. But the garden depths are very shallow and far below our standards. So in that sense, the neighbour amenity impact for the properties on Wharf Road would be impacted by having properties so close to them. Secondly, the occupiers of those bungalows wouldn't have a particularly good outlook. The front of their properties, which are actually on this boundary of the site here, are only 2.5 metres away from the boundary with the school fence. So the outlook for those properties from those front elevations would be particularly poor, and from the rear, because they would have no real outlook. They'd be looking straight on the back of the sheds and the fences on the back of those properties on Wharf Road.
Thanks, Nadia. That makes a lot more sense. I can certainly see the, if you like, the lack of amenity for the for anybody who ends up in one of those new bungalows. For me, the words loss of amenity, suggested that the people in the front bungalows were losing something. But I think it is clearer, certainly, when you talk about the new properties, that they are, well, you're looking at human battery hens, aren't you?
I think it's a particular form of backland development that would be out of character in this part of Stamford Low.
Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mine's to the highways officer. I actually went down there to have a look at this because I was intrigued how they could fit the bungalows in and the turning circles and, you know, the frontage. But they're going to knock down the bungalow of 63, is it? Wharf Road? Yes. Yeah. So they're knocking down the bungalow, which, when you look at that bungalow, it must be 5 metres wide. Now, 2 cars could pass in 5 metres wide. Surely not.
Yeah, 2 cars can pass on in 5 metres wide. I think it's in terms of the overall access, in terms of, we're talking about with pedestrians as well. So in terms of the fact that there is no, the pedestrians would actually have to walk in the road to actually access the footway on Wharf Road.
But, Chair, wouldn't that be quite normal if you have a bungalow and you have a frontage? Most of these frontages, I noticed, the cars go in, so they have to come out. And they come out backwards onto the road, whereas these units will actually come out properly. In other words, they'll come out into the front. And they won't run people down because obviously there'll be splays there to accommodate people going out.
I'm not talking about pedestrian visibility. Well, they actually haven't shown what the potential visibility splays are for the access in terms of vehicles as well, bearing in mind that the junction is going to have several cars coming out of that. And I think one of the other issues was raised was the actual stagger with Cabourn Crescent as well. That's currently below what would be normally recommended within design standards. But I'm talking about pedestrians on the site walking out to access Wharf Road. I'm not talking about pedestrians walking. I don't disagree with you. Obviously, some of the people reverse or whatever it is. In an ideal world, we would want to make everybody reverse their car on and come on forwards, but that's not something. But we're talking about something new. Those are historical, so we have to look at this in the new rather than historically.
You would accept, though, 5 metres is enough to actually get 2 cars
4.8 would be sufficient for 2 cars to pass.
4.8,
if that's what they provided. I haven't got a measure, so I'm not sure what they provided. But
you
as
could get 2
I said,
cars
I think
passing each other.
in 4.8 you can get 2 cars to pass. That's correct.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Steve Taylor, thank you.
Nadia, just looking at, well, in fact, it's that diagram. I've got a paper copy of it. Where the bungalow that would be lost is, as I look at that, you've got, as Councillor Rice rightly points out, the width of that property. But when I look at it, are the circles with the crosses in, are they meant to be trees or bushes or something?
Thank you, Chair. As you look at the proposed access, so the existing bungalow was sitting slap bang in the middle of that. The actual access would be just over half the width of that plot, because they're proposing 4 parking spaces adjacent to the access, a pedestrian footpath to the far right, and a landscape strip acting as a buffer between the parking spaces and number 61. Yeah.
So effectively, you haven't got that full width at all. You've got the car parking, the border or whatever it is they put in, and a pavement to take account of on one side.
Yes, indeed, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? No, okay. I understand we do have a speaker statement on this one. Let's have a look. It's free, yeah, okay. Let's go for... sorry. Okay, so we'll go in order. We'll go for a statement of objection, and that's Keith Major, and he's a resident. Wendy, would you be so kind to read out the statement? Thank you.
On behalf of the residents of Wharf Road and the surrounding roads, I am writing to make objections to the plans to build 7 dwellings on land to the rear of 63 Wharf Road. For those of us who have homes which back directly onto the dwellings, some of our principal concerns are regarding our loss of amenity. We believe that not only will our privacy be compromised by the development, but the proposed dwellings will not be afforded the privacy required. We also believe that the proposed dwellings do not have adequate space for a garden. It isn't possible to know yet due to the lack of details in the plans, but we suspect that the rear walls of the dwellings will be too close, less than 25 metres to the rear walls of our properties. Additionally, there is currently very little light pollution to the rear of our properties, and we strongly object to lights being erected so close to our rear gardens. The developer has stated that there are no trees on the site, which there clearly are. These trees currently shelter Wharf Road from the noise of the Manor traffic and the school, and would need to be removed for building work to commence, which again we strongly object to. The developer has also stated that there are no protected species on the site, which again there clearly are. We have video evidence of hedgehogs which frequent the site, and in addition we regularly see bats, common lizards, bees and occasionally badgers on the site and in our gardens. We are concerned that access to fire engines will be inadequate. We believe that regulations state that fire engines must be able to access to within 45 metres of all parts of the dwellings. The plans state that the dwellings will be age restricted. We presume that this would mean that carers visiting family members and ambulances for appointment, not emergency ambulances, would be regularly accessing the site. Has enough provision been made for parking? The application has very obviously been made without due consideration for the surrounding properties. The application says that number 65 Wharf Road will be demolished, when actually it is number 63 which is being considered for demolition. The application also makes reference to Branksome Avenue, which is miles from the site. We do not believe that this application was tailored to the Wharf Road site. We believe it is a speculative application which should be rejected at once. At 33 dwellings per hectare, the density of the proposed dwellings is far higher than the current density of dwellings in the area, and is not sympathetic to the characteristics or layout of the current properties. No consideration has been made for drainage or water runoff, nor has the extra lighting which will be required has been mentioned. It is our view that due to the proximity of the planned development to several overlooking properties, it would be an extremely unpleasant place in which to live and should be rejected as such.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. And that now takes us on to our next statement, which is a statement of objection, and that's Councillor Terry Piccolo, who would be so kind as to read out her report. Thank you.
I would like to speak on behalf of some of the residents of Wharf Road who are directly affected by the proposed development. There are a number of points that I and my fellow Ward Councillor Shane Hebb would like to raise in support of their objection to this application. The first concern is regarding the access and egress from the development. Wharf Road is the only access to the Stanhope Industrial Estate, and as such accommodates up to 500 HGV movements per day between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. That equates to 41 HGV movements, or 1 every 1.5 minutes. Along with this, there is permitted residential parking along this section of Wharf Road, which could obscure traffic movements where they would pass the entrance of the proposed development. The reason I have given this background information is that from the submitted drawings, the access to the development is via a new narrow road which is not wide enough to allow 2 cars to pass. This would mean any car entering the new access road would have to reverse back out onto Wharf Road if a vehicle was coming up the road leaving the new development. This, to my mind, is a totally unacceptable risk, bearing in mind the frequency of the HGVs travelling along Wharf Road. My other concern is also to do with the access along this narrow entrance to the development. It could prove fatal should emergency services be delayed due to obstructions along the entrance to the development, bearing in mind that the development is being designed for the over 50s, something I will come back to. Another concern is the proximity of the new buildings to the rear of the properties in Wharf Road. The overall design of the proposed development is very cramped with very little garden space to either the front or back of the properties. Again, bearing in mind the proposed age of the potential residents, this would afford them very little space to enjoy any outdoor activity in their garden. Anecdotally, this is something that many older people enjoy. Coming back to the application, it is stated that it is designed for the over 50s. However, I do not believe that legally this type of development can place age restrictions on the potential buyers. This being the case, the expected occupancy levels could be a lot higher and of a younger age, with the potential to increase the number of cars parked on the development, something that again could cause problems for the emergency services. My last concern is that the development is cramped and not overlooked, and therefore has the potential to be a crime hotspot, as the majority of the properties would be obscured from public footfall and passing traffic. Chapter 12 of the MPPF, paragraph 127, subsection F, refers to creating spaces that are accessible and which promote health and well-being, and where crime and disorder and the fear of crime do not undermine the quality of life. My view is that due to these reasons, this development would not comply with this policy and therefore should be refused. I understand that the officers have recommended refusal, but I felt that the members of the committee should hear the views of the local residents and hope they take these into consideration when coming to their decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. All right, that takes us to our last statement, and that's a statement of support, and that's Gary Coxall, the agent. Thank you.
Previous application 08/01054/FUL, members resolve to approve this application subject to completion of a S106 agreement. This application is in line with the previous application in respect of scale, access, amenity space and parking. The access point is in a different location, is now further away from Cabons Crescent. The current application proposes the demolition of a single detached bungalow, which in our opinion would not have a detrimental impact on the street scene. The impact upon neighbour amenity and noise resulting from the close proximity of the access and parking arrangements. This application provides a suitable area for the access road, which would allow for suitable screening of neighbouring properties. The access road is 4.8 metres wide and provides a size-free turning head. This will allow cars to pass and turn safely. The design and layout of the proposal in relation to lack of garden depth, lack of adequate amenity area and refuse collection. It should be noted that the current proposal is for small retirement bungalows. These will have a minimal impact of the surrounding properties. They are approximately 8 metres from the rear boundary fence to the main wall of the bungalow. The gardens are small but designed to be small and low maintenance. Again, it should be noted that these are retirement bungalows and the proposal is to provide small but usable amenity areas. The proposal includes a central bin collection point. The lack of sufficient parking provision for the development. The current application provides a total of 12 spaces. This equates to 1 space per dwelling with 5 visitor spaces. The spaces are all of the required size or larger. They do not obstruct the turning head as stated. This is in line with the 2008 application which Planning Committee voted to approve. The lack of ecological surveys and any opportunities for appropriate mitigation, including a signed obligation or undertaking. It was considered that there was no reasonable likelihood of any protected species being on or adjacent to the application site, and therefore a survey was not required or completed. If the council required this, it can be carried out, but no request was made. It is noted that the local residents have suggested that the site has bats. However, there are no buildings or suitable bat roosts on the site. If the council were concerned, a suitable condition could be imposed on the site. Following objection comments received, we would also like to confirm the following points. The proposed dwellings are single-storey and adequate landscaping and screening can be provided at the boundary to remove any perceived loss of privacy. This could be conditioned and could be in agreement with the adjoining owners. This could also deal with the matter of any noise they currently experience from the Manor traffic that they mentioned, although the Manor is to the front of the properties. The road width is 4.8 metres wide and with a size-free turning head provides adequate space for vehicles to pass in the road and turn safely. Therefore, there would not be an issue of cars having to reverse out of the access road. In fact, the access would be safer than the current dwellings, which either reverse in or out of their driveways. All of the dwellings are within are with 45 metres of the turning head and would be within the requirements of the fire brigade. The council are able to place conditions regarding landscaping and ecology if they see fit to do so.
Okay, thank you. Was there any further questions? Councillor Rice.
Yes, Nadia. On page 168, when it talks about the previous planning application that the planning committee on the 8th of January 2009 were resolved to approve, can you tell us what's different between this scheme and that scheme that we approved?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can actually, Councillor Rice, because I dealt with that application. I feel like I've been here a long time now, and so I did deal with it. There's one difference in there are two main differences. The first is that the proposal was for 8 dwellings as opposed to 7. And the second difference is the siting of the proposed access. So if you look here, this current proposal seeks to remove number 63 to create the access. The previous proposal sought to remove number 57, which was this detached property here, just 3 doors along. But the layout was very similar. The proposal was actually recommended for refusal by myself to Planning Committee for virtually identical reasons as this current application. The main difference in terms of the reasons for refusal was that the previous proposal had car parking spaces of an inadequate size and didn't include adequate bin storage, but there were almost identical concerns relating to the overdeveloped nature of the site, the cramped nature and layout, the amenity impacts. Concerns about the access were identical, and concerns in relation to the impact of both the occupiers and the backland development and its impact upon the character of the area were the same. In regards to the difference between, in relation to that application, so you may recall as well that it was recommended for refusal. Members had some debate about it and ultimately resolved to grant planning permission subject to a legal agreement whereby the occupation of the 8 bungalows would be secured for those over age 55. No such agreement was secured. There were also issues in relation to the red line plan. The agent sought to increase the boundary of the red line plan to improve the amount of refuse provision and other issues on the site. That there was an attempt to resolve that by the agent via that planning committee. Those things didn't come to fruition, so there was no agreement reached or secured and no planning permission was ever issued, and ultimately the planning application was withdrawn in May 2010, so it didn't go anywhere. Since then it's been very quiet on the site, and the main difference from a planning point of view in relation to that proposal and this is that since that time we've had the introduction of the National Planning Policy Framework in 2012, the PPG in 2014, and I think in particular in relation to Chapter 12 of the NPPF, which talks about layout, design and character, I think there are even more justifiable national and local planning policy reasons to refuse this application as it stands, albeit for one less dwelling.
Okay, thank you. All right then, so that's all the speaker statements and questions. We'll now go on to debating this item. I'll start. I think obviously it's interesting to see this one back. It's probably a no from me at this stage. I think it's quite cramped, quite dense. I think the application itself, I think they're chancing their arm, trying to cram a lot in there. I'm not entirely against the access. I can see how what they've done there to improve that, but looking at the ecology report, I mean, just because it wasn't asked for doesn't mean that it shouldn't have been forthcoming. The residents, they've got no real reason to lie about the habitat back there. We took on board what the residents of Measons Lane said with the badgers, so I would like at least that to be looked into if this was rejected and it was to come back at a future date. But and no gardens. Can it legally be for over 55s? there's too much there for me to approve this one. Over to you guys. What do you think, Councillor Byrne?
Yeah, last month there was a similar application for Wolf Road, and we agreed with every single thing that Terry Piccolo said. So the only difference now, last month it was we stopped a business trading. This month it's about planning, but the road hasn't changed. So we voted because of everything Terry Piccolo said last month. So I can't see any reason why we got to change that. So again, what we said, consistency. It has to be a no. It's a no-brainer, surely.
Councillor Rice.
Yes, well, I suppose we start off from the point that this previously was approved, and that was for 8 dwellings. It's now for 7. We might say the gardens are a bit cramped, but if we're going to put an age stipulation in of 55 as a planning condition with the applicant, so they really are retirement bungalows, we all know as we get older we need less garden, not more garden, which is quite important. And I draw your attention, Chair, to the application of Councillor Sue Little in Allsett Heath, where there are 6 2-bedroom bungalows that are currently being built, and just for good measure, the applicants come back and asked for 5 extra bungalows. So if it's good enough for Allsett Heath, I think it's good enough for Stamford Hope. The only difference between the 2 sites is Allsett Heath was in the green belt. This is in the urban development belt. And we must pay attention to what the agent does say. For instance, we've got to understand we've got a total lack of bungalows in Thurrock, in the whole of Thurrock. So it's not just to Stamford. But what would this achieve? It would achieve units that would have a connection to the local shopping centre, which is just down the road, which also, it's not only a local shopping centre. If you're a male, you might want a pint. There's a pub there, there's a post office there, there's a barber's there, hairdressers. So there are local facilities. Well, the ladies can go as well, but I'm just saying about the chaps, you know. But all joking aside, what the point I'm trying to make is there are local facilities which these people could, you know, use. And as we get older, there's one thing for sure: we need to be nearer the shops rather than further away. And of course, it's like everything. We talk about the ecology. Well, you know, we could put an item in the 106 asking for an ecology report before it's actually constructed. But, you know, I mean, I'm a member of the Allsett Golf Club, and we had all this bramble, which is down the back of this area, and all you get, and I'm not being unkind, you get flocks of rabbits. And all they do is dig the whole area up, and dig your lawns up as well, which, you know, that's where we are. But I can't really see an awful lot wrong with it, because it's in the urban area, it's right next to shops, there's a local pub, there's a post office, there is everything going for it. The post office is the Indian chap. Is he gone? Oh, right, fair enough.
Okay,
well,
thank you.
At the end of the day, there are facilities there where people can get shopping. And you know, and I know, you only walk down the road and you've got the co-op and all manner of shops there. And there's one thing for sure, Stamford Hope need a bit of regeneration. When we talk about the over 55s, it's very important that we do take care of them, because there is a lack of bungalows in the borough. That's national statistics, you know. And the National Planning Inspectorate have said that we've got to look after the over 55. So I'd be inclined to go along with it, because, you know, it does tick areas which we would look for. As I say, they're nice properties, you know, the planner might say they're a bit cramped, but the reality is they're no different to the ones we passed in Alsett Heath. They're cramped, but they will sell because when you get older, over 55, you don't want a lot of garden, but you want shops, you want a pub, you want a hairdresser, you know, and whether it's for a man or a female, it doesn't matter. Everyone needs those facilities. So I would say on the strength of it, Chair, you've got an adequate access in. Why not?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just picking up on some of your comments there. So, first off, whilst it was approved before, that was a committee 12, maybe 13 years ago that gave that approval, and that was against the officer recommendation. So obviously, just because they approved it doesn't mean that we should hear this evening. And at the end of the day, the developer missed an opportunity there. They were the ones that didn't get their homework in on time. So and that's why they're back. So just because they approved it doesn't mean we have to. You raised site in Alsett Heath. Now, I think you referenced Councillor Little. I'm just guessing. I don't think she owns the site no more. Maybe she does. Maybe she doesn't. But it's a different developer coming back and asking.
What happened, Chair, was she sold it on with a planning application of 6 bungalows.
Yeah.
The applicant now, who is the developer, has gone back in, and it sits on the planner's desks, which we have called it in to look at. No doubt it will be approved because there is a desire for bungalows, Chair.
Yeah,
you know, and that's it.
But the site itself was completely different. I mean, I can't remember. Was it up for recommendation, approval, or refusal? I can't remember.
We actually approved it, and
but was it? What was the officer recommendation on that?
The officer recommendation was for approval, and we actually took into account that Councillor Little at the time had a container in a garden, and we took the container in for the space in the bungalows.
Yeah, I don't see. I think the comparison is quite different. If you're looking at an application where the officers are a recommendation for approval, I'm not sure that is a fair comparison. I do remember that particular application, and I must admit I did like that one. It was officer recommendation for approval. It was next to a new development. So whilst it backed onto houses, those houses were only a few years old as well. So, yeah, I mean, you raised some very good points, but again, the density's bad. You say the gardens are small; they're almost non-existent. So you should have some space that you can call your own in the back garden. So, yeah, valid points, but I think certainly that comparison is not comparable. But we can have that debate if it has been called in. We'll chat about that in a few weeks. Councillor Byrne.
I can't believe the spin. Stamford Oak needs regeneration. You didn't say that when you sold the Stamford Oak car park and killed the town, did you? So this is complete opposite to what you've already gone for. So it's unbelievable. And we know you cannot get in and out of Wolf Road. There's a fight every week. It's in the paper every week. Residents are fighting each other because cars can't get through. It's a nightmare already. All you're going to do is add to that nightmare. It's because you don't live in Stamford Oak. This would not happen in Chadwell, St Mary, I tell you.
With respect, Chair, all I can say to my learned colleague on the right is when I went down there to look at this house, this bungalow, I didn't see vast amounts of HGVs coming backwards and forwards. Perhaps I went at the wrong time, but they're not there all day. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Councillor Little, and then Nadia, I'll bring you in. Oh, sorry, Nadia, do you want to come in now soon?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to offer some clarification in regard to the comments made about the site in Alsett Heath. I know that site well, and I'm also familiar with the application that's been called in and due to come before committee soon. That was at Barmore House, and that proposal firstly was on, it was recommended for approval. It's on what is a private road, so in no way the same class road as a level 2 urban road such as Wharf Road. The site had some built form already, so there was a replacement of built form in the Greenbelt, different entirely from this site completely. And each site needs to be taken on its own merits. And the Barmore sites have much larger back gardens and larger front gardens. So they're not, you're not really comparing like with like in that instance, was all I wanted to say, Chair. Thank you.
That had no local amenities at the time. No shops.
Well, but the committee approved it, so...
No, whereas this one does have local...
Not according to Councillor Byrne. Councillor Steve Taylor, sorry. We'll head to the vote soon. Councillor Steve Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. There are some facilities in Chapel, by the way, but I have a question, Nadia, which I probably should have asked sooner, but it's just crossed my mind. If I'm looking at that diagram, on the right-hand side, when you look at your photograph, there's an open field, and the school is on one side of it, and there's also the rugby club. I think Stamford Rugby Club have got a site there. So whichever, it doesn't matter. Where those trees are, so if I was standing there looking at those trees, which is looking towards Wolf Road, the site that I'm standing on, just there, is what at the moment?
That's the rear playing fields at Stamford Hope Primary School.
At the school?
At the school. So if we go back to the main aerial...
Fine. So my next...
So I was stood where the R is in the word Wolf Road, looking directly up at the site. Okay. And I went into the school, but the rugby club is also there beyond, yeah.
So that was my understanding. I just wanted to check I was right. So when those properties, if those properties were built, I'm assuming that tree line would go. Well, that line, yeah, that hedgerow, whatever you choose to call it, yeah?
The tree line falls within the school site.
So it wouldn't go?
But it would go in that I'm stood in the trees there, and that is the school's fence. So it's the scrubland behind there that the actual dwellings would be built. And actually, we're talking just over 2 metres from that chain link fence to the front wall of those properties, as can be seen there.
Right, so
it's quite tight to that boundary, to be fair.
I appreciate that. It also means that the frontage of all those properties are looking over a school playing field.
Yes.
I would have thought there might be an issue with that.
Okay, did anyone else want to add comments before we go? Councillor Byrne?
There's one thing I would agree with Councillor Rice. I'm looking for a bungalow at the moment, and I can't find one with a small enough garden because they're all much too big. So I'll kind of be happy with that, but that's the only thing I would be happy with. But not in Wolf Road though, because it's just the wrong location.
Okay, thank you. Right, so I think we've had a good debate there. There is a recommendation on this item. Let me make sure I get that right. It's Wolf Road, and that's recommendation 8.0, which is refuse, on page 175. I'd like to recommend that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Fletcher. I'll go on in, Councillor Byrne. Okay, so all those in favour of refusal, please raise your hands. Okay, and that's Councillors Fletcher, Councillor Byrne and Councillor Kelly. Okay, and all those against refusal, please raise your hands. Okay, and that's Councillors Shinnick, Councillors Potter and Councillor Rice. And any abstentions? And that's Councillors Salmons and Councillor Lawrence. Okay, so to clarify there, John, that was a tie, and as per procedure, that goes to the chairman's casting vote, yeah? Okay, excellent. All right then, so with that, we can say that application agenda item 12, 20/01053/FUL has been refused. Thank you. Okay then, right, so that takes us on to the last two items on the agenda. Did anyone want a bathroom break, or is everyone all right? Are you having a quick break? Yeah, okay, we'll have a 2-minute adjournment, and then, yeah, 2 more items. Lucy, and that also gives our officers a time to switch over. Thank you very much. Okay, we've got two more items on the agenda, so we're just approaching 9 o'clock. We'll go to the first of the two, which is item agenda 11. That's 20/01051/FUL 40 High Road, Fobbing. And Lucy, if you'd be so kind as to present a report. Thank you.
This application is for full planning permission for 5 single-storey detached dwelling houses for the over 55s with associated parking and amenity areas. So the first slide is a location plan which shows the site is broadly rectangular, long, thin. It's located along High Road in Fobbing. The site is situated beyond the main built-up area of the village near to Whitehall Lane and Inglefield Road. The site is within the green belt. Ooh. Okay, so this is an aerial photo of the site. I find it hard to see. So the site is here. So you can see that it's completely overgrown with vegetation, and it's not even possible to actually enter the site. So you kind of try and look through, but it's literally so overgrown, and there is no built form on the site whatsoever. Okay, this is the local plan map. So the site is here. Hope you can see that all right. So the green is Greenbelt, obviously, and then the black dots show what is called established residential frontage within Greenbelt. So the site is beyond the area that we would call established residential frontage. Right, this is the proposed site's layout. So it's 5 single-storey detached residential properties situated in a linear form along a cul-de-sac which is perpendicular. So this is High Road Fobbing here, and then the proposal would be for this, I'm guessing, private road to access the 5 properties. There are 3 different housing types. So the 3 in the middle are all the same, so they're 1 bedroom, and the properties to the front and the rear are 2 bedroom. Okay, the next slide shows there was a very similar application which was dismissed on appeal in August 2019. So this wasn't heard at committee because this application's been called in and that application wasn't. The proposal was outlined, but the indicative site layout is broadly similar to the current proposal, although it was for 1 less dwelling and for affordable housing rather than for the over 55s. This was refused by the council and subsequently dismissed on appeal for representing inappropriate development within the Greenbelt and the unacceptable design and layout. Okay, and the next 3 slides show the elevations of these proposed dwellings. So I won't go through detail, but this is what they've deemed house type number 1. This is house type number 2 and house type number 3. As you'll be able to see, hopefully, the elevations are not of a high quality. The design of the facades appear almost utilitarian. Additionally, the appearance is unbalanced and confused, creating an awkward finish. There are large, for example, large areas of blank wall which contribute to the unattractive aesthetics of the properties. Right, okay, this is quite difficult to give you any kind of decent photographs of the site, but there is an existing crossover which is here, and the site is basically there. And the reason there is an existing crossover is because apparently, can't find any evidence, there was a property on the site, but it was demolished in the 1930s. So, but we couldn't even find evidence today when we looked even back to the 1920s. So it's been a long time. And then this is looking from the lay-by, which is down to Inglefield Road. This is looking down the high road. So the site would kind of be here. So just trying to show what the surrounding is. It's rural. Okay, so the site is within Greenbelt and would not fall within one of the exceptions to inappropriate development as set out in the MPPF. Therefore, it would result in inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, which is by definition harmful to openness. The proposal would also introduce significant built form into an area which is currently open and has little development. Therefore, the development would encroach upon the openness of the Greenbelt, resulting in actual harm to openness. The applicant has not advanced any circumstances that would amount to very special circumstances that could overcome the strong presumption against this type of development. Okay, because of the speaker's statement and the way they've gone through all the VSCs, so I thought it'd be helpful just to go through all the 6 VSCs that they put forward to so against saying that they consider the development is appropriate. So the first one was addressing housing need in the borough, and I don't need to go over that again. Yes, there is housing need, but on its own, it isn't a reason to go against Greenbelt policy. Number 2 was providing specialist retirement home accommodation tailored to local need where the demand is critical. The council's response to this is there is no evidence that these houses are specifically required for people within Fobbing. There's no substantive evidence that the dwellings would meet local community needs. Number 3 was a very well-connected, sustainable central village location, i.e. not remote or isolated. The site is not sustainable. It's situated towards the edge of the village, and as you saw before, it's outside even what the council on the core strategy plan says is established residential frontage. Fobbing is a linear settlement which is mostly located along a main road. There are few facilities in the village, full stop. So the pub, the church and the church hall are all located in what would have been like the conservation area, which is the other end of the town, over a mile walk from this site. And there are no shops in the village. There are some buses which serve the village, but they're infrequent at best, offer a bus every couple of hours. No GPs, no dentists. So you just simply can't call this site sustainable. Fourth one is previously developed sites. As I've said, there's no built form on the site, and if there was, this was demolished in the 1930s, which is clearly outside the definition of what you can call previously developed land. And alongside this being the council's view on the previous appeal, the inspector said this is not previously developed land. So even though the applicant disagrees, I think we can close that one off. Number 5 was currently Thurrock as an authority is not delivering sustainable development for the people living in the borough. This application shall help correct this shortcoming. The applicant doesn't justify that statement, and it's difficult to see how offering of 5 units will overcome social and economic sustainability. And the final was number 6, so the final VSC was innovative internal design. So the proposal is for single-storey residential units. I looked myself and I spoke to colleagues. I can't see anything which I would consider innovative about the design, and yeah, basically there's nothing which the council considers is inventive or groundbreaking within the layout and design. So the development is therefore contrary to policy PMD6, the core strategy, and the MPPF, and is therefore harmful by definition. Okay, so right, to summarise, the application site is an undeveloped site within the Greenbelt, which had a recent appeal dismissed for a similar scheme. The proposal is inappropriate development in Greenbelt, which is harmful by definition, harmful to openness and harmful to the purposes of the Greenbelt. The very special circumstances put forward do not outweigh the harm of the proposal. To conclude, the recommendation is to refuse the applications for reasons 1 and 2 as set out in the report.
Okay, thank you very much for that detailed report. We open it up to questions. Steve Taylor.
If it helps, that dropped curb, which has always been there, and my mother and father used to live very close to there, and that was at one time they used to take hay off of the field for the farm the other side of the road, and that drop curb was, there's a gate behind it, isn't there, in the hedgerow, or there used to be a gate there before that became so overgrown. There was I'm sure there used to be an iron, like a farm gate, and that they put in, and then they used to go in and just harvest the hay.
Yeah, I did think that. I did wonder what, because obviously in 1939 didn't sound right. Okay, any further questions? No. Okay. We do have a speaker statement. This is a statement of support from a Nick Westlake. He's the agent. Wendy, if you'd be so kind as to read that out, thank you.
The housing shortage in the borough needs to be addressed. This is slowing the local economy down and affecting social mobility. In this case, the weight of special circumstances has not, in our view, been accurately explained. Factors promoted as very special circumstances were as follows. 1. Housing need, very significant weight. We agree with these findings. No greater weight could be given to this factor as the borough is only providing half the number of dwellings per year they need. 2. Specialist older people's housing tailored to local need, limited weight. With respect to the officer's report, we disagree with this weighting. We believe that what is proposed is housing that is in critical need according to the nationally published guidance on the housing for the elderly. Ask yourself the question, how many bungalows do you see at Planning Committee? Very few. The reason is that 2-storey houses command greater economic returns. The buildings proposed has a maximum height of 4 metres and roof that can't be built into, unlike most of the bungalows in the borough. They are retirement homes for perpetuity. As far as we are aware, we're pioneering in designing bespoke retirement homes for the elderly in the area. Such homes are going to be in great need in future as elderly folk generally are fearful of residential care homes due to the COVID-19 outbreak. 3. Sustainable central village location, no weight. Again, we respectfully disagree with this weighting. The buildings are to be located next door to a row of houses that have been taken out of the Greenbelt due to the fact that they have lost their Greenbelt identity. There are 2 bus stops in both directions, some 50 metres from the front access. The site geographically is approximately central within Fobbing. Such a well-connected, centrally located site must surely afford limited or moderate weight. 4. Previously developed land, no weight. Again, this is disappointing. The site once housed a dwelling which was lost during the war, hence the existing access from the high road. The site has all the necessary services, drainage, electric, sewage, etc. The location is important, is sustainable and once a site for residential uses. The immediate neighbouring properties also in support of the application. 5. Lack of social and economic sustainability in the borough, no weight. Due to the poor housing figures, the application is assessed via the MPPF and the Sustainable Development Mantra. This involves environmental, social and economic factors. Yes, there shall be some limited harm to the environment when building of these low-rise bungalows. However, with a well-considered landscaping plan, views of the buildings in a few years could be almost impossible. This can be controlled by planning conditions. The social benefits for the elderly are clear. In economic terms, this development represents a near £1 million investment. This is an important factor in sustainable development. Receiving no weight is, in our view, incorrect. A local Thurrock designer, local Thurrock developer, and for the construction stage, at least 50 local Thurrock people on site putting food on Thurrock dinner tables for a year. Wages will stay in the borough to feed Thurrock families and profits will be reinvested on new projects in the borough. What's not to like about that? 6, innovative internal design, no weight. To receive no weight is most disappointing. These are bespoke, low-rise bungalows. They sit anonymously in the landscape, tailored specifically for local needs of the population. Getting no weight for the design is extremely disappointing. In the event of an approval, we would ask for a condition removing PD rights. Overall, this is not an unsustainable, unconnected virgin greenfield in the countryside. Given the dire housing crisis figures in the borough, taken together with the critical need for such elderly housing, this development in a central fobbing location with bus stops 50 metres away is ideal for current and future needs. The principles of sustainable development are shown in this unique case. The housing crisis in Thurrock needs to be addressed urgently. The applicant is willing to accept a 1-year time frame permission to start works rather than the normal 3 in order to deliver the housing immediately. Thank you for allowing us a chance to read this out.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for getting that done so quickly. Councillor Byrne. Yes, certainly.
These houses they're building, is it the same? It's for over 55s, but is it any different? Is it like a house built that a 25-year-old could live in, but they're calling it a 55? Or has it got ramps? Has it got different access? I mean, what makes it an over 55s house, please?
Yeah, tried to cover that in the presentation. We, the council rather, cannot, or the planning department, cannot see that there's anything special or innovative about the properties to make them over 55s, apart from they are bungalows, but anyone can live in a bungalow.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rice.
On that subject, it would be a condition of the 106. We could actually say they are for 55-year-olds plus only. That would be acceptable. So, and if the applicant went along with that, then that would provide the basis for 55 and over.
Yeah, but we don't. The council doesn't. The planning department doesn't agree that this is a suitable location for such properties because it's very cut off. So surely older people's housing, not that 55 is that old, but over 55 is out. Well, it isn't, is it? But so yes, we could secure something saying they have to be for over 55s, but then the scenario whereby once they're built, and I'm sure there could be a way that people could get out of legal agreements or not follow them. Agricultural ties, that's something which, you know, doesn't always...
Okay. Okay,
yeah, but there's a lot of people living in those buildings who... Anyway, that's...
Yeah, okay. 2 hands raised there. I'll go to Steve Taylor, then Councillor Byrne.
Thanks for that, Lucy. That's completely... Oh, yes, sorry. I was listening to other people and I forgot what I was thinking of. So this was refused for 4 properties that were presumably similar last year. And that was refused on appeal. So has there been a discussion since then with the developer that led them to believe that if 4 were refused, 5 would be fine? I can't see there's a connection, and I can't believe that somebody wouldn't have asked that question.
Yeah, well, obviously we have to accept applications, but
Yeah,
there's been some... So that application was refused and dismissed on appeal, and there's been, I think, 3 withdrawn applications. So there was 1 application submitted whereby they were offering over 55s housing and a dentist, and when it was obvious that was going to be refused, they withdrew it, and then submitted this application. When they knew it was going to be refused, they withdrew it. Yeah.
But there was no iterative conversation with
No. No constructive, no conversation whatsoever. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Byrne.
Just wondering, can we actually build something that only men can move into? Because Fobbing's only got a pub and that's where men go.
Okay. All right then. Right, so I think that's everyone's asked the questions. We'll go into debate. Did anyone want to start? We'll go Councillor Lawrence, then Fletcher, then Rice.
I'd just like to say I live down the road which is absolutely full of bungalows, and I was glad to hear that this design has been built so that it can't be turned into a chalet. So this proves that it will be for people that want to live on their own, or just a couple that don't want to extend and make it bigger, because that's what's happening to an awful lot of bungalows in the area. Families are moving in and making them bigger, and then there's no bungalows for not elderly, because I'm one of them, the over 55s, but do want smaller bungalows. And I think the position where they are, I think it's ideal, and I'd love to live in one of those. If I could afford to, and if it was being built there, I would. And I'm at that age gap, I'm over that age actually, and that would be ideal, because a lot of people don't want to live in the busy town. They just want to be lived tucked away, and I'm sure there's lots of children out there would love their parents to be able to have the opportunity to live there, and that includes the people in in Fobbing what's got families to be able to live there. My other point being is, and revise the greenbelt boundaries. This has got to happen, and this is changing now. So people that's put in previous planning that's been refused, well, that was then. This is now. And now we've got to think forward, because if we don't start making these decisions, bigger companies will, such as an awful lot of houses which hasn't, well, I don't know the full detail, what might be built down near the railway gates in Fobbing. That's all on Greenbelt. There's loads of things. It seems as though some are saying okay and some are not. So why don't we get together and think about people what want to live in nice bungalows, what's going to be in a nice area. It's not going to be loads of cars there. You say they're either 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom. There's not going to be lots of comings and goings, and you can't even see them. So I think we should give opportunity for people to be able to live in a nice area when they retire and not have to move out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, I think he was next.
Thanks, Chair. I think the Martians are definitely in the process of landing. Listening to the statement of support and reading it earlier, I find myself sympathising with the agent, certainly in 1 or 2 cases. 2, specialist older people's housing tailored to local need. As we've heard tonight repeatedly, we don't have a particularly good supply of houses that are suitable for people older than me. Actually, if he's over 55, they're younger than me, but I refuse to admit it. And okay, the fact that these are bungalows and anybody could live in a bungalow, yeah, we don't have a sufficient supply of bungalows, and bungalows do seem to be particularly sought after. So I do think, I do sympathise with them, and I think there probably should have been more weight attached to point 2. The previously developed land bit, I do appreciate if you'd looked back and it sort of, you can't actually find it. It's a bit difficult, but we come back to this whole problem about what is Greenbelt? Is it Greenbelt just because it's not being built on for a while? Or is it Greenbelt because it's genuinely sitting outside of the village and has never been part of the village? Looking at this, it looks, I find it difficult to get too outraged by it. It looks like a reasonable development. And I think, as I say, 1 or 2 of these very special circumstances probably could do with being looked at again. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rice.
Yes, Chair. When we look at page 155, it talks about various things. It talks about to preserve the setting and special character of historic towns. And they talk about the site. The site's not within the Fobbing Conservation Area, and it is not considered that the proposal would harm the character of a historical town. So that's quite significant. It then goes on to talk about to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. It talks about to prevent neighbouring towns from merging into one another. This development does not conflict with that Greenbelt purpose. And then, of course, we go on, as Councillor Fletcher has alluded to, we haven't got a supply of bungalows in this borough. That's a fact. And when you look at the applicant's statement, he does say that part of the 106 would be to remove the PD rights. So that will mean that people wouldn't be able to build up, out, etc. They would be bungalows forevermore. Why should we do it? Well, if you look at it, I would say, number one, we will get some employment through this process, through construction. We've talked about the lack of bungalows in the borough of Thurrock. It's interesting, I asked Jonathan at the start of the meeting, 180 houses are going to be built, are proposed to be built, on the old water site at the end of Fobbing Road by the railway track. We're talking about 5 bungalows, Chair. It might be acceptable for 180 homes, but 5 bungalows. So we know that we've got a lack of provision. It is previously developed land because we have a letter from Gillian Sanders of Oakdane High Road, Fobbing, which is the next door residential unit. And she quite clearly states that in the war there was a development on this plot and the subsequent plot, but they were bombed and they were never replaced. So, you know, that's a local resident giving us the history. So, you know, we have to give that some weight. We talked about the sites not within the Fobbing conservation area. It is well connected with the central village because they have 2 bus stops there and they have buses once an hour. Internal design, they look quite good. They're single story. You know, it gets repetitive. This one does have some rear gardens, so people will be able to sit out and do whatever they need to do. But I think we should be a bit more sympathetic to this because down the road we're going to let go 180 homes built by a major developer because, you know, that's what our planners will do. Yet when it comes to building 5 bungalows for the over 55s, which we can stipulate, and the planning agent has actually said they're for the over 55s and they're quite adverse, they're quite happy to sign an agreement to that effect, which would make them. And if you look at it, if you go to any part of the country, for instance the West Country, you will go and see bungalows that say they're only for over 55s. So they do it down there, so we can do it down here. That's the argument, Chair. I would hope we'd actually support this application because we are desperately short. And we've got everyone here on the committee, as I look round, they might want a bungalow with a bit of a garden, living in the country. And if they get infirm, they've got a bus stop just down the road, which runs once an hour. Well, to me, that's heaven. Okay. And it's not only a local pub that's down the road, you've got a local shopping centre is down there as well.
Yeah, no, excellent. Taking all those into account. I'm going to go to John. Did you have something to say there? All right, just picking up on everything you said there, very valid. The comments on the previous building, 1939, I think the officer said that realistically, well, I understand where you're coming from, but that was 80 years ago. Yeah, 80 years ago, and obviously that doesn't carry no weight.
And we've got documentary evidence from next door.
Sorry, Chair, can I just interrupt on that point? Previously developed land, if a structure has even kind of moulded into the landscape, it's not classed as previously developed land. So a bungalow, which was allegedly in the 1930s and there's been no built form on the site since, so it's not previously developed land, I'm afraid.
Okay, Councillor Byrne.
Yeah. If you want a bungalow, you can walk down the road and there's something called the Frost Estate that's got, how many, 220 bungalows on, so there's not a need for bungalow, and there's still a lot for sale on the Frost Estate, so...
They're family homes.
They're not family homes, they're bungalows. Bungalows. It's a bungalow estate, so, and it is walkable, so there's not a shortage of bungalows. Anywhere near there, there's a whole estate if you want to live on one.
Okay, thank you. John, did you want to come in there? Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just pick up a few points being made by all the members this evening in this matter. Just echoing Lucy's point, the previously developed land definition in the MPPF says land which is or was occupied by a permanent structure, ... and then it says, but it does not include land that was previously developed, but where the remains of the permanent structure or fixed structures have blended into the landscape. And as we can see from the pictures on the screen, these no remains of the building on those pictures. The evidence from the next door neighbour said the property was bombed in the war, so that, as we said, 80 years ago, so we simply can't consider it previously developed land. And in terms of the appeal decision, the inspector in the appeal said it wasn't previously developed land, so that point we can't take that into consideration. Just a few other points have been picked up. Any changes to the green belt would be through the development plan process, so we can't allocate by giving permission to small sites like this. That's not the way to plan for development in the green belt. If there will be releases of the green belt, that will be done strategically. We will look at local infrastructure, so it's not the sort of small release of sites like this. That's not how we'd want to approach any future development in the green belt.
The trouble, Jonathan, is we're not going to have a plan until 23, 24. So what do we do in the meantime? Do we not cater for the under provision of the over 55s?
Well, it's okay. At the moment, we can't decide to redraw the green belt boundaries on the basis of small applications like this. And also, the green belt's a spatial designation, so just because you can't see them doesn't mean that they're not going to be harmful. One of the things about the green belt is its unbuilt nature. Even if you can't see it from outside the site, you'll have 5 buildings on that site, so that is not necessarily a reason that we could look at approving it. And also, we have the appeal decision, as Lucy said, from August 2019, which was for a smaller scheme. The inspector raised harm to the green belt, refused it on that grounds, raised concern about the design and appearance of the buildings, which is the same as in the current scheme. So the previous scheme, smaller, less harmful than the current scheme, which is before you tonight.
Chair, can I just add, I don't want to over-egg the pudding, so to speak, but what John picked up there, because I think one of the councillors referred to it in the context, well, you can't see the site. As John said, the green belt is primarily a spatial designation. It's about keeping land open. National planning policy guidance was changed last year to say that if openness has a visual aspect, you can take that into account. So if you can see the site and it's open, you can take into account the impact on openness if it's going to be built on. But there was a Supreme Court case earlier this year, which is bang up to date, which basically says, okay, if there's a visual aspect, fine, but there doesn't have to be. The fact that you can't see a site, you really should not start to take that into account, because it is, as John said, it's primarily a spatial designation. It's about keeping currently open land open, because the primary objective of the green belt, as in national planning policy guidance, is openness and its permanence. One more thing, been made of an application we have at Fobbing Waterworks. That will be brought to a future meeting of the planning committee. That will be judged on its own merits, as indeed this case should be judged on its own merits.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Lawrence, Steve, then Councillor Byrne, and we'll have to sum up, I think, given the time. Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
I'd just like to add about the interior design of it. I know you're saying it's not innovative as such, but for a bungalow, I think they're really done out well, and they should be put into substantial, because most bungalows are really old inside, with old little rooms. You have to knock around and spend lots of money, where these are going to be ideal for the people that don't want to do that. They just want to move in and retire, and this is all done for them. It's open plan, easier living, and if they do get disabled or little bit infirm when they get older. They haven't got all that hassle and worry and money worries of being able to do it and upkeep it, because most bungalows need a lot of work on them when they go in. This is why lots of younger families choose them and then make them bigger and knock them all about. Well, you wouldn't have to do that to these. So I think we should really take this into consideration. We're talking 5 bungalows here, and as for blending in, I know the area well, you go down there, every single house looks different. You've got Art Deco design, you've got Spanish design, you name it, it's down there. And we've also got lots of new builds down there as well. So I know they're saying, you know, we can't see them, but it would be nice. It wouldn't bother me if you could see them, because I think it'd look really nice down the road.
Okay, thank you. Steve Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of things that probably actually partially carry on from what Matthew was saying, but the concept of open, when they talk about the green belt, doesn't mean it's public. So farmland isn't public, but it gives you a visual openness. That's perhaps another way of looking at it. So that's when it says it doesn't have to be visual, but it can be. So a bit like the one we discussed earlier down at the marshes. Again, that may not be public land, but it's visually open. That's the slight difference. The other thing that was mentioned earlier was about there'd be no permitted development rights. Now, I've sat here on a number of occasions where people have appealed when they've already used the permitted development they had on properties, and they've appealed for more, and it's been passed. So the fact that you say it today, this very committee has actually enabled that to change many times in the past. So again, it may be an older couple that live there, or an older person on their own, it doesn't matter, but when they pass on, they may well leave this to a younger relative, son, daughter, whatever, and they will go, if they want to extend it, they will appeal. And there's every chance that they'll be able to overthrow whatever it is you've put there. So you might say that the initial residence may be constrained, but I find it difficult to see how that would continue in perpetuity. In fact, I don't think it can. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Byrne. Thank you.
Yeah, we keep seeing more and more of this, houses for the over 55s, and that's obviously because they know they won't get planning permission if it wasn't for the over 55s. Like, if I want to put in a plan for these bungalows to put students in for performers, would that get passed? So are we just labelling it 55 and putting weight on 55, or are we looking at the actual plan? We seem to be losing track of that. We just say 55, let them have it. 25, they can't have it. We've got to look at the plan as the plan and not the age on it.
Okay, thank you. So, in summing up, we'll head to the vote shortly. Myself, I won't be voting in favour of this particular application. There's enough in there for me to want to reject this. I think that 2019 dismissal on appeal for 4 dwellings is quite damning, really, on the basis they've come back in less than a year, and now we're potentially going to approve 5. I don't have nothing else to say that I don't think has been covered or has been said, so we'll go to the vote. There is a recommendation 8.0, which is refusal, and that's on pages 164. I'll recommend refusal. Is that seconded? Councillor Byrne. Okay, we'll go to the votes. All those in favour of refusal, please raise your hands. Okay, and that is Councillors Kelly and Councillor Byrne. And all those against refusal, please raise your hand. Okay, and that's Councillor Salmons, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Potter, Councillor Shinnick, Councillor Rice and Councillor Fletcher. Okay, so that recommendation has been defeated. I'll just speak to John just to clarify where we go next.
So in terms of the Constitution, if we're looking at a different recommendation, members would need to put forward their reasons for overturning that reason for refusal. So we would need clear indication as to what members think is a reason to approve the application. Then we can consider it with officers. But at the moment, on the basis of the previous appeal decision, what I've heard tonight, I can't see that this is something we can approve this evening. So if you could put forward your list of reasons to approve, that would be great. this one, because it's the first time, we would take it away, do a follow-up report and then bring it back to the next meeting.
Okay, Mike, did you want to come in there?
Yeah, I don't know how much this helps, John, but going back to what I said earlier, I think the very special circumstances put forward initially, I think numbers 2, 3 and 6, I would argue, should have been treated with greater weight than they were. I want to be clear here.
Sorry, just saying the speaker statements.
Yes, this is going back to the speaker statement. I want to be clear, I don't think anybody here is disagreeing with the definition of harm, because clearly this has been defined as green belt. Clearly, if they want to build on green belt, then there is a definition of harm, and we've been here long enough to know that we therefore, there's no point in saying there isn't harm. There is. We just need to demonstrate that the benefits outweigh it. I believe that number 2, limited weight, looking at the points that have been made, yes, there's a development of bungalows further down the road. I think it's still fair to say that these are more tailored than a lot of the other options that older people can are faced with. The fact that there's others further down the road doesn't mean that they're not specialised or tailored, and I believe that that in itself merits more than limited weight. Number 3, sustainable central village location. I believe weight should be attached to that, and my evidence for that is the 2 bus stops, which do make it quite accessible. And number 6, I would suggest that more weight should be applied to that, and based on the what Councillor Lawrence was saying earlier, there is merit in the design which has perhaps not been given adequate weight. So that's me saying I believe more weight should be applied to those 3. Whether that comes up to enough to outweigh the harm, well, that's perhaps for other people to decide, but that's my contribution.
Could you just clarify what your point about the innovative internal design is? I'm not really understanding. It's the plans submitted show a rectangular shaped building with internal partitions to divide into different rooms. I'm struggling with that.
I have to admit I'm basing my conclusion there more on what Councillor Lawrence was saying about I suppose the fact that these these lend themselves more to being adapted to different people's needs, whereas I know when I first moved down here and I was looking at a bungalow, and they said, yes, we've actually started to develop an entryway into the roof. What they meant was there was a hole in the back room ceiling. So this is perhaps a more appropriate type of design for people to actually adapt to their own needs.
Councillor Rice, did you want to add to that?
Yes. The site is not within the Fobbing Conservation Area, and it is not considered the proposal would harm the character of a historic town. What else? What have we got? Employment through the construction phase for local people. We've mentioned lack of bungalows for over 55s in the borough.
We have.
We have, yes, right.
I'll take into account Gary's point that there are,
Yes.
even though there are more further down.
Yeah.
Chair, sorry. Can I just...
Okay, so we've got the over 55s. There's a lack of bungalows within the borough. Yeah,
It's fantastic. Sorry, did you want to come in there?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Councillor Rice, but where's the actual evidence that there is a shortage of bungalows for the over 55s?
It's in the national papers.
But that's not this specific area.
No, it's been specifically in the national papers by the planning minister saying there is an under provision in the country for over 55s. And we have within our borough, we have a lot of over 55s, and if you run through the locations, we have a significant downfall of bungalows within this borough. We have plenty of 3 and 4 bedroom houses, but we don't have a lot of bungalows.
Okay, well, if you could find that evidence for us, it'd be great.
But moving on, the other thing was, let's see, we talk about to insist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. Well, I think that covers it as well. We talk about to prevent neighbouring towns from merging into one another. The development would not conflict with this green belt policy. So, you know, there's a couple more. We talked about the sustainability of it because of the 2 bus stops. I think we can, being quite serious about this, you know, the Prime Minister talks about oven ready or shovel ready schemes. I believe this is one of them, because this would be it's a full application. We pass it, it goes, and would I be right, Jonathan? This does not have to go to the Secretary of State because it's under 15.
It depends on the floor space, and the floor space, I'm guessing, is less than 1,000 square. Yeah, so it wouldn't need to go to the Secretary of State.
So
wouldn't,
it can be
on a criteria basis.
Yes, on that criteria.
On
So
a-
it can be
we
talked
can
about shovel ready.
There's the referral to the Secretary of State is on the basis partly of floor space,
Yes.
but they can be referred to the Secretary of State
Yes.
if there is consideration there is harm to the green belt. And I think we did that on the dwelling at the wellness centre, even though that didn't trigger the floor space criteria.
Yeah.
It was referred for other reasons. So on a criteria of floor space basis, it might not need to go to the Secretary of State,
Yeah.
but it could still be referred, yes.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm pretty sure of it that, you know, if we sent this up to the Secretary of State, we'd almost be laughed at, because the fact we've got a shortage and we've given the reasons, and I think they're sustainable enough to actually do the job of work, Chair.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you did go to Secretary of State, you've definitely got that concern in 2019 dismissal, which he might not be worried about the 5, but he might be worried about the fact that it's been dismissed.
He'll be
and
worried
coming
about
back
COVID-19 now, won't he?
That's
And getting
a year later.
construction going.
Councillor Fletcher, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just to I mean, it's a fair point that Lucy made. I don't think we're necessarily arguing that you can't get bungalows, merely that the point was made that these are tailored accommodation for elderly house buyers. That doesn't necessarily mean there are no other tailored accommodations around. So it's, you know, let's be clear about what we're being asked to evidence.
Right.
Okay, John, did you want to
Yeah.
take that on?
So if I recap the reasons we've gone through, number 1, tailored bungalows, specialist design and limited access, sustainable village location because there are 2 bus stops nearby, innovative internal design because they could be adapted. Number 4, not building in the Fobbing Conservation Area, harming historic towns. Number 5, employment in construction phase. Number 6, you raise safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. Is that,
Yes.
Yeah, because that's actually in direct conflict with what the report says. The report says there are 5.
It talks about, actually, the specific one is to prevent neighbouring towns from merging into one another.
Mhm.
And it talks saying that, you know, this doesn't conflict.
Yeah, so, but sorry, you previously said you were saying it resulted in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment, whereas we've said you're not saying that one anymore. You're just saying about the
Well, it's our word.
well, the principle of that section of the MPPF is it is new built form in the countryside, so we can't say it's not new built form on that side. Okay.
Put in to prevent neighbouring towns from merging into one another, and it's quite clear that this proposal doesn't.
What, Councillor Rice, because obviously earlier on in the evening we approved West Thurrock Marshes, and effectively that did link Tilbury with Grays. I mean, John, would you think is that irrelevant or a concern, because what I don't want to do is obviously on the same night approve one application which effectively connects towns, and then a few hours later use, well, we don't want to connect towns as a reason. So it might be, it's not a great look, is it? But well, it's really you guys want to go ahead with it, so it's whatever lessens the blow in a sense.
Chair, can I just say one thing, because I think I understand where Councillor Rice is going, but if you take a step back, it's about the assessment of harm. So what we say in all Greenbelt reports is definitional harm if it's an inappropriate development. If it's an open site and we're putting buildings on it, there's harm to openness. And then is there harm to the purposes of including land in the agreement? Clearly in this case, for some of those purposes, there isn't harm, but we're suggesting for other purposes there is harm. But it's on the harm side of the equation. So I'm not so sure you can count that as a benefit which should be attributed weight in the balance of whether very special circumstances exist.
Well, you could put in one of your things in your papers, 154, it talks about to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas. The site is located in a rural location on the edge of the village of Fobbing. For the purpose of the NFPF, the site is considered to be outside of any large built-up area. As a result, the development would not result in the unrestricted sprawl of a built-up area and therefore would not conflict with this purpose. So you could put that reasoning, Jonathan, which is on page 154, and that is at 6.8.
I can see the point. I can see the point you're talking about. But just because it doesn't create harm, that's not a benefit. You can't say because something doesn't happen, that's a good thing. So
it's a non-dis benefit, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
He'll look at it and say, well, what's the fuss? You know, that'd be the reality. Because you look at the village that we approved, that came back and he just said, get on and issue the planning certificate. You know.
But there's different circumstances to each application. There were very different circumstances to the Langdon Hills application. There were different uses on that site, so it's different to 5 free market bungalows on a site in the grid. So the final point that you'd raised was that the proposals were shovel ready.
Well, it will be, because as this is under your square footage, this will come back to us next time. If everyone agrees with it again, it'll go off, you'll sign a certificate off, and then it can be built. Okay. So it will be shovel ready.
Okay. So I think I've got those reasons listed down. I've listened to everything that's been said tonight, looked at the background for the application, the previous appeal decision for a smaller scheme. So we can't make a recommendation on this tonight. We will have to take it away. We'll look at the reasons you've raised and put forward a new report for the next meeting. But yeah, the scheme before us tonight is more harmful than that which we refused previously and was dismissed at appeal. So that's our background starting point. Okay.
Okay, and John, just to add to that, there was a few things I just wanted to clarify. Obviously, I'll be voting against, but the developer offered a few things in the statement. There was a few. There was one that obviously the properties would be solely for over 55s.
Yes, you can put that in your 106. That would be part of it.
Is that, yeah?
And also they talked about taking the PD rights away as well. So they can take that as well.
Yeah, I get what Steve was saying, but I suppose something's better than nothing. Yeah.
It's a bit meaningless after the day is written, because someone appeals and we've overturned those on multiple occasions, so it's got no weight really.
Yeah, it would have to come back though, wouldn't it? And it would have to go through a full process. So.
Sorry, Chair, while John's scribbling away, yes, you could put on a condition. It wouldn't be an obligation, so it wouldn't be a Section 106 obligation. it'd be a planning condition for an age limitation. It wouldn't stop a future individual or somebody with an interest in the land applying further down the track to vary the condition. Equally, you can put on the condition to take away permitted development rights, and I temper that by saying that is against the context of very recent changes to permitted development allowances, which have relaxed things considerably. But you could look at taking away permitted development. But again, all that would mean is that an individual householder would have to apply for planning permission. It doesn't stop them applying, and then we'd have to assess it on its merits against the planning, or against the council's planning policies. So yes, they're both potential conditions, but they're not. They wouldn't necessarily stop change in the future.
No, obviously, but it would have to come back. And then there was one other one. They seem quite confident that they can push ahead with this on a 12-month timescale. Thurrock needs to address this. The applicant is willing to accept a 1-year time frame. So, I mean, what would you think on that? Is that something that we can do, or?
Do you want me to? Well, again, I'm looking at John. He's scribbling away. I'm feeling sorry for him. Yeah, I mean, the standard time limit is commencement within 3 years. You could, if you were minded to. There's nothing in planning, national planning guidance or policy to stop you imposing a different time limit. But the wording of the condition would only require commencement. Doesn't guarantee that they'd all be built out. And commencement in planning terms can mean literally digging a trench. So you've got to be careful.
But like any developer, if they want to make their money, they'll want to build the damn thing out and get the bungalows for the community, you know, because they don't get any money if they just put a trench in and put the footings in.
Okay, so you're happy to add that 12 months? Yeah. Okay, all right then. Sorry, Councillor Byrne, you've had your hand up a while. Go ahead.
Would it be a game changer? Because I know Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Rife are talking about the bus routes. Yeah. Do you know that bus route is safe, or is it on the hit list?
Well, I do know because I was the chairman of the bus panel. And we were the ones that actually put it on there, so it is safe. And I'm sure our chairman and his colleagues would not want to take it away.
Okay, all right then. Okay, excellent. John, have you got everything there? Okay, so are we putting that down as a new proposal or an alternative vote?
Put it down as an alternative vote. Yeah.
Alternative vote, yeah. Okay. So, Councillor Fletcher, I understand you started that. So you are proposing that alternative?
Happy to do that, yes.
Yeah,
certainly.
excellent. And is that seconded?
Yeah, I'll second.
Councillor Rice, okay. You happy to go to the vote? Yeah. Okay, all right then. So an alternative decision has been tabled by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Rice. Obviously, you'll be aware of everything that's in there. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Okay, and that's Councillor Salmons, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Potter, Councillor Shinnick, Councillor Rice and Councillor Fletcher. And all those against the alternative, please raise your hands. And that's Councillors Byrne and Councillors Kelly. So that's everyone on the committee has voted. So with that, we can say application reference 20/01051/FUL is minded for approval. That is subject to coming back in a month's time.
We're saying the reasons are tentative, so we'll take it away and bring it back with an implications report. Yeah.
Excellent, fantastic. All right then, brilliant. Okay, so that now takes us on to the last item on the agenda. It's just approaching 10 o'clock. And this is application land part of St Clair's Hall adjacent to James Court. This is 20/00905/FUL. And Lucy, if you'd be so kind as to present the report. Thank you.
I'll go through it as quickly as possible. So the application is for demolition of existing barns and construction of building containing 5 apartments with associated hard standing and landscaping. It's a resubmission of a 2018 application, which was actually quite different. So that was the erection of a terrace of 4 4 houses. Okay, and I don't know what the right time to mention is, but the applicant wanted me to put forward that there was a comment from Councillor Piccolo on the speaker statements, and they put in a kind of comment back, but all it literally said was they were dismayed by the comments in his statement, but they wanted me to let the committee know. Okay, right, the first slide is the Red Line application site. So it's situated within Greenbelt to the west of Stamford-le-Hope. It's on the south of Stamford Road and formerly part of a redundant farmyard. So the area to the south of the site, so here, that's a development which I'm sure you're probably all familiar with. And access to the site for vehicles is by the same entrance to St Clair's Golf Club, so around here, and the previous development on the site. The site is adjoined to the east by residential development facing London Road and cul-de-sac of Oxford Road, and to the west by St Clair's Hall, which is a Grade 2-star listed building. So this building's now in use for the St Clair's Golf Club. Okay, this is an aerial photograph, so the site is just here in the middle. So at the moment there's two barns on the site and some hard standing. Okay, this is the local plan excerpt, so the site is here. So yeah, it's within Greenbelt, as I've said. Okay, so this is the existing site plan. So there's the 2 barns on the site. The fairly recent other development here, and this is kind of hard standing around the barns. So this is the proposal for the 5 flats or apartments as they call them. So that is the building there. So it would increase landscaping, and there's also parking here. So this is just for your information. So this is the fairly recently refused application at the site. So there's much larger footprint and volume of built form. And additionally, because it was for houses, there was more like a separation with fences and more urbanisation of the site. And that was dismissed at appeal. Okay, so this is the elevations of the proposal. So it's steep pitched roof design with front gable end. Design features have been inspired by the present houses on the site, with the steeply pitched roofs, the black windows and the weatherboarding. So there's some photos next. So this is, if you were in St James's Court, this is what the entrance looks like at the moment, and that is the cycle store from the previous application, which is still under construction, and that's the barn there. This is if you were near to the access to the proposal site, looking facing south. So these are the properties that have been built and the single-storey carports down there. And this is looking the other way. So the application site is kind of behind those properties there. And then this is the view from Stamford Road. That's another one of the barns there. And that's a kind of straight on view with the barn there. Okay, so the site is within Greenbelt, where local authority, as you know, should regard the construction of new buildings as inappropriate development. However, in this case, the proposal would fall within one of the limited exceptions to inappropriate development as set out in MPPF paragraph 145, which is part G, which states limited infilling or the partial or complete redevelopment of previously developed land can be acceptable, which, as long as it doesn't have greater impact on the openness of Greenbelt. The site is considered previously developed land as the structures on the site are permanent and are able to be judged against paragraph 145G of the MPPF. It's also then necessary to consider whether the development would result in greater impact on openness than the existing development. The apartment building would lead to less footprint with a decrease of 69 square metres, whilst there is an increase of 17 cubic metres in terms of volume. This is very minor and would not be perceptible. It's considered the location and the design of the apartment block would improve the current scenario. There would be one building rather than two separate buildings. In terms of effect to the character, the proposal would have similar impact, and there would be a significant decrease of hard standing. Therefore, the principle of the proposed development within Greenbelt is acceptable. In relation to the effect to the listed building, design, appearance, layout and scale, the proposal would be acceptable. And then, basically to summarise, the proposal falls within exception to inappropriate development in Greenbelt, rationalised built form on the site, and additional landscaping would improve the appearance of the site. And all other matters of detail acceptable. To conclude, the recommendation is to approve with 11 conditions and a section 106 for the RAMS payment, which is the Natural England payment that they require on a lot of properties.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that report. Yeah, I remember going on a site visit about 18 months back, maybe 2 years. So it's obviously good that they've gone away and come back and listened to what the council said. We have one speaker statement. Before we get there, any questions? No? Councillor Lawrence?
Looking at the screen up there, there's an entrance from Stamford Road, which they're using at the moment, which is really dangerous, because most of the people what live in the places what's already built there, which they're going to extend on in the side, where the barns are, they don't use the proper area where they're supposed to come round. They cut across at the traffic lights and drive past people's houses and then cut in down the side to get in there. So I think this is really dangerous, and that should be sorted out first before you even consider allowing more planning to go ahead to build more properties. I'm surprised a child or someone's dog hasn't been run over, because that's what's being allowed to happen at the moment.
Yeah, sure. I mean, certainly I think as a planning committee, obviously, if we are minded to approve this evening, we could raise that with the developers. And yeah, I'm sure we could. I'm not sure we could add a condition, but we could say, look, you know, that access is potentially unacceptable. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, that is an issue. I don't know whether Julian, I know it's late, if he wants to speak about it, but it is a concern. It's not right, but it's outside what this application has control over, I'm afraid.
I can see that, but it's a knock-on effect, isn't it? Because he's going to be building right next door and making that area bigger. So obviously there'll be more cars going down and taking that route. So they'll be using that route before even the next bit has been solved.
Yeah, that's a very valid point.
So it's very, a big concern what we should have if we allow this to go ahead before that's been sorted.
Yeah, that is a very valid point. Did you want to come in there?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, the original application for the original site was for access via the St Clair's golf course access. I know they're not using it. We have tried. They've tried to get over onto the London Road, and I actually took a picture of a vehicle that actually tried. We put in barriers to stop them getting onto the London Road. And actually, when I cycled into work one day, a vehicle had actually tried to get out there and had actually grounded himself because they were trying to get out. We realised that they shouldn't be doing it, but unfortunately, that would be potentially an enforcement issue. But I believe it's because the ongoing development at the moment, there is all the parking facilities haven't been provided yet within the rear of the properties, so they are using that. I accept what you're saying. It is quite dangerous, but it's not as dangerous as what they were doing coming onto the London Road. In terms of the Stamford Road, yes, I can understand what you're saying, but that's not as bad as what they were doing and bumping over the curb directly from the main road into the site.
I see your point, but it'll be all on our consciences. I know you're saying it's not as bad, but it's still just really dangerous. And it also concerns me about the applicant building like he's doing. Like you said, it's like one big car park at the moment. There's no designated areas. He hasn't sorted anything out. There's no greenery there. It looks just like one big car park stuck in front of modern buildings. So now he wants to escalate it and make it more by knocking down something that's been there ages, an old barn. So I think before even this comes, personally, I wouldn't be voting for it, knowing that all those other issues haven't been sorted out.
Thank you. Why is the parking still an issue? Do you know? Why has it not been completed? Because obviously these developments were approved years ago, was they not? Thank you.
I do not know. No, I don't know whether either of my colleagues, because the original application was from 2011, so it's a Thurrock Thames Gateway, and then the additional units from 2016. So it's a matter which, because it's outside the red line, I'm not saying we can't have a look at it and sort the situation out as to why things haven't been finished off, but as wrong as it might sound, we can't take that into account. I know Councillor Piccolo's statement is pretty much about this too, isn't it?
Well, I might speak to the ward councillor and see if what can be done there. I might even speak to Councillor Piccolo. Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, I think my question covers some of the same ground. Okay, we can't legislate for the idiocy of drivers at the planning committee, but if part of the problem is the failure to complete the works that have already been taken in hand, can we not include that as a condition?
No, we can't. Oh, sorry. No, we can't, because it's outside the red line. But there is still the mechanism that the conditions that were put on those two separate applications that are on the site at the moment, we can look into enforcement of those conditions, but it wouldn't be hand in hand with this proposal.
So from the sound of it, this is something that we need to take up perhaps via the ward councillor with the enforcement team. In other words, it's a valid point, but we can't deal with it in here. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, we'll take it up as an enforcement case and look at it as soon as we can. What I would say also, looking at the site plan for the current application and the parking layout that they're using at the moment, the removal of the buildings to facilitate this development will allow improved access through to the car parking area that they should be using. So actually demolishing some of these buildings will allow the area to be turned over to landscaping and will allow better access to the existing residents to the parking that should be there behind the properties.
Okay then. All right, so we have one speaker statement. Wendy, I understand that's the ward councillor, Councillor Piccolo, and he's in a statement of objection, I understand. Please read out that, thank you.
I would like to speak on this application to ensure that sufficient and binding conditions are placed on the developer. This developer already had permission to develop the adjacent site under permission granted as far back as 2011. The properties were finished some time ago and have been occupied since the beginning of the year. However, there are still many works outstanding, for example, incomplete carports and generally unfinished or poorly completed groundworks. There was also damage caused by the developer to neighbouring fences and gravel boards on houses backing onto the site from Oxford Road. They were given written assurances that the fencing and gravel boards would be replaced. As of yet, despite numerous requests for these to be fixed, the developer has not replaced them. I understand that nothing can be done under this planning application to remedy these problems. The reason I am bringing this to the officers and planning committee's attention is to ensure that very precise conditions, which should be time specific, are placed on the approval if granted. To date, it appears to me that the developer is more interested in building the houses and selling them than ensuring that the whole development is completed in a timely manner, as exampled by the incompleteness of their previous developments on the adjacent site.
Thank you very much for that statement, Wendy. So, as Councillor Fletcher was saying, I mean, in that statement there, he's saying that we should impose conditions, but what sort of conditions, or is it too hard to tell if there's nothing specific in the statement?
It's difficult to find out what conditions he would like from his statement. The majority of the area for car parking was covered by the original 2011 application, so we can't retrospectively put conditions on something that's been approved. And equally, as Lucy said, the red line for this application doesn't cover the existing parking area. So we can take away your concerns from this committee. We'll log an enforcement case in terms of the access onto Stamford Road and London Road, and we can speak to the developer and say that during the consideration of this application, all members have serious concerns about the existing parking. This is something they'd like to look at to be sort of rectified as soon as they can. I think certainly that'll be our takeaway from tonight, to sort of put actions towards that as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, you've got 6 flats, 6 spaces. Is that one visitor space as well? Am I correct with that?
Thank you, Chair. I believe there's 5 properties with five spaces and 1 visitor space. It's in a medium accessibility area. It's very close to Stamford railway station and the shops, very close to bus stops with the 5B, 5A service and the 100 service. So normally it's 1 to 1.25 spaces for flats. So they're providing 1 space, and then it's a quarter for a space per flat. So they're only technically a quarter for a visitor space short, which, considering demonstrable harm, I don't think we could actually refuse that on parking grounds.
Yeah, I mean, my own personal preference is I understand how you've come to that decision. I think sometimes we put ourselves under too much pressure with spaces. I know we want to promote public transport, but electric cars will be everywhere soon, and people are still going to need spaces. So I definitely think the guidelines, we back ourselves into a corner sometimes. My own personal preference would be, if I could reject it, I would on parking alone. But I understand that we are within the rules, but it is a worry for the future, because you sit there and think five flats, they're going to have more than 1 visitor between them. So yeah, it's worrying, but it is what it is. Councillor Fletcher, you had a question.
I'm just wondering, given that we've got the comments from Councillor Piccolo, which the developer is disagreeing with, well, there's an easy way to work that one out. Look at it. Similarly, with the access, easiest way to, I suppose, to reassure ourselves whether that's going to be a long-lasting problem or not. Look at it. So I can't believe I'm doing this, but I'm going to suggest a site visit.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your frustrations there. You are right. There's clearly something not right there. Obviously, I was at the site visit 18 months ago. I know it very well. I understand why you're recommending that. I won't be supporting that, but I understand it. So, yeah.
Just to be specific, the thing that strikes me as dodgy about this isn't the design, it's not a material thing, but these guys are starting to sound slightly like cowboys. And I would like to see what they've done with the first site, the first part of the site, before approving the next bit.
Yeah, no, very, very valid comments. I mean, obviously, there's always going to be 2 sides: the resident side, the councillor side, the developer side. So it could be a number of things. But I understand why you propose that. I won't mess around too much. Councillor Byrne, we'll head to the vote shortly.
Was it mentioned that if these barns come down, there's a lot more room for the builder to actually manoeuvre and do things? The only reason for that barn at the moment is that Stephen Metcalfe can put his election banners up there with no other use whatsoever. So there's no reason why it should. I can see why Councillor Piccolo is objecting to it, because Stephen had nowhere to put his banners up. But apart from that, then barns can go.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, we did look at that a year and a half ago, but it was up for refusal. So to give the developer credit, they've gone away, they've come back. It's more positive. I'll go to Councillor Lawrence. Steve Taylor, then we'll go to a vote for site visit. Thank you.
Can I just say as well, it's not just the people parking over there, but also over there you've got people that's actually working on the build parking over there. So you've got workmen over there using up the spaces as well, that's causing more havoc. And I was on the site visit the first time, and since then there's been a transit van parked over there, what's not even registered to be on the road, which the applicant hasn't even bothered asking them to move, which is just dumped right out there in the front. So this doesn't prove to me that he's the type of person what's really concerned about even the people that's living there at the moment.
Okay, yeah. Steve Taylor?
Thanks, Chair. That's a question, Lucy, and I'm not sure if I've got this confused with a different one. But was that area not in the original design of the other part of the site meant to be landscaped, or am I getting this one confused with somewhere else?
No, that is correct. Part of it was supposed to be landscaping, but part of it was houses that they haven't built out. So that from the 2011 application.
Oh, so it's a mixture of the two. I knew I'd read somewhere that there was supposed to be landscape. So so that would still take place if this is built on the remaining part.
No, this supersedes kind of all of that, but they are providing kind of a similar amount of area of landscaping.
Okay, I was just a bit in my head. I was trying to read it again.
It is confusing, yeah.
Yeah, it
It's
confused the
not
hell
just
out of me, but that's easy. Thanks, Lucy.
Okay, thank you. Right, so I think there was a proposal there from Councillor Fletcher for a site visit. That was seconded by Councillor Rice. We'll go straight to the vote there. All those in favour of a site visit, please raise your hands. Okay, and that's Councillor Salmons, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Shinnick, Councillor Potter, Councillor Rice and Councillor Fletcher. All those against? So Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Kelly. I've lost a lot tonight, haven't I? Okay, excellent. That concludes the meeting. That's land part of St Clair's Hall, adjacent to St James's Court, found on pages 179 to 198. That will be deferred for a site visit. Hopefully that will be next month. And obviously, it's probably a long shot, but if any of those parking issues could be solved before we get to the site visit, I think that would help, but it's probably asking a lot given the time frame. But excellent. Oh, okay, so that's 10:20. It's been a very good meeting. Thank you, everyone, and yeah, look forward to seeing you next month. We don't have a meeting in December, so November will be the last one into the new year.